All these children you are bearing, you better start exporting them to UK, start exporting them to even Ukraine. From there, they will fight war. You jump fence and you go to maybe Denmark and Poland. From just be running helter-skelter. Run to everywhere from now, but not your place. Continue to run to everywhere from now, except your place of birth, except your ancestral land. Look at the useless southerner yesterday was on Twitter. The same people saying Nigeria, Nigeria, Nigeria were on Twitter over 7-10 hours educating people on how to japa. And you ask these black people, have you ever, so you people cannot imagine that these white people too can ever visit your own ancestral land and also seek for citizenship. You guys are waste. And when Nnamdi Kanu say, oh, these people are waste, so they are useless people, they want to come. Are you not a waste? Do you have any plan for your children, except from going to UK, going to England, Ireland, make money, go from there, move to Cuba for holiday, go to Monaco for holiday, snap pictures, come back? Nothing. Nothing. Tomorrow your children, Nigerian, British, and Nigeria, and they are speaking English and everything. But the North are intentional about evacuating you people and moving you people to a very far away and occupying those places. And they are very strategic doing it. I weep for you people, though. You come here, you speak English, you go to different useless rooms, you waste all your time. People that are over 30 years, 40 years, nobody is crazy about how to save their people, their next generation. My hands and my body are shaking for these non-entities that are here. Come on to open room, move to room. They will not. You will start preaching to them. As in, you guys are more like as in just something that is just existing, waiting for a day that all of you will be wiped out. May God save you people. Even God is tired of saving you people because He has given you every instrument, brain to think. The white people are using their brain to create a salvation for themselves. You people are blockheads. Imagine me on this app discussing with Abe, governor, for 2-3 hours in the morning. You jump in there, you are very wasteful people. May God help you all.
The old slaves were in chains, but the new slaves are in denial. Can you imagine?
Can I quickly say something, guys?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much again, Starman and Isba. If you know the kind of prayer that I pray for you, Isba, even though we fight a lot, but every day that I wake up, I first of all pray for you, Isba, before I pray for anybody else in this movement. And I'm just so, sometimes I don't know what to say again. Honestly, I'm tired. You see, because my brother Isaac, I'm so sorry. I feel what you're saying, right? And I know where you're coming from in terms of maybe we are too interrelated. I agree with you completely. But you know what the problem is? So if me and you now, let's say we are interrelated, right? And I'm reasoning like you, right? I'm reasoning like you. I'm considering the fact that we are related. You are my blood. All your shortcomings, I should accommodate it, which is what life is about, right? But you just think about it from the view of you, that you are my blood, that I'm trying to accommodate, right? You are leaving your house every day to come to my space and trying to kill me, or even killing my people in my space, or my other family members, which is my first family, right? My wife and my children, and maybe they are my siblings and other my other family member siblings too. And you are killing us. And me, I'm still saying to you that, you know what, I can still accommodate him. We've come too far for me to say no he has to leave or for us to be separated. I will ask you, Isaac, what do you think do you think I'm normal? Please, I don't know if you can answer this question sincerely. Would you say I'm a normal person? Because I don't get this thing, right? And that is what is happening in Nigeria now. How many times have you seen someone named Isaac like you that has gone to Kano or Kaduna and say, because I'm a landowner here, or because a cow grazed on my property, and then I'll kill the cow? How many times, Isaac? And to people in the audience too, we really don't hear these things. Most times what we hear is people leaving their own space, walking thousands of miles down south to kill people. Yet, we Southerners are still saying Nigeria cannot be divided. My brother, come on. Oh, do I said something in the chat to you and to other people that still believe in one Nigeria? He said Nigeria has already divided, and I'll give you two instances. One, the issue of Sharia. Isaac, that's your name. That Isaac is a Christian name, right? You can't go to the north and say, because my name is Isaac, because I'm a Christian, I don't believe in anything Prophet Muhammad is saying, and so therefore I don't believe anybody that follows him will make heaven. You will die. They will kill you. How do you educate people with this kind of mentality, Isaac? I served in Zamfara. I taught mathematics for a whole year. I've told that story so many times. And that is the reason why I'm addressing you directly, because I'm a live experience, Isaac. When you talk about educating these people, I just shake my head. I wish you were, I had known you when I was giving the letter to go and serve in Zamfara. I would have given you that letter because I see that you have passion. You can educate them. A very funny story, and I'll repeat the story, guys. So I was to teach mathematics in Zamfara, Government Science Secondary School, Kusau, right? I was the only copper in that year in Zamfara that studied mathematics. The deputy governor of Zamfara then was practically begging me to stay so that I can teach them. He told me personally, he called for me and told me, our people are zero in mathematics. So I want you to stay and please try and make an impact. Whatever you need. I stayed in an hotel all through. Guys, I stayed in an hotel. They need me that much.
Wow.
Because they know what was going on. For the whole year, people, I'm not joking here. For the whole year, they paid for my hotel. They practically didn't have accommodation for me, so they have to put me in an hotel on a temporary basis till they find somewhere. But eventually, they couldn't get, so they pay. That's not the point. The point here is, after seeing what was on ground in terms of stark illiteracy in all aspects of life, I decided to, aside from the regular teaching classes, right? Because I requested to teach SS3 students to prepare them for their exams. That's another part of the story. The permanent teacher there, who happens to be a Yoruba person too, called me privately and he said, I see your passion, I know where you're coming from, we're all like that. I was the same way when I came here, but I won't want to discourage you. I want you to see things for yourself. Week after that, the principal called me and told me that because of the sensitivity, I repeat again, he said because of the sensitivity of their education system here, that they cannot hand over their SS3 students to me. I didn't understand what he was saying then. I just felt like normal Southerner, they cherish education, right? So they really want those children to be in good hands. they don't want to experiment with a core member, a youth core member, right? So I said, okay, give me another class. So they gave me SS3, no, GS3, and GS2 combined. So I was teaching these people regular classes. Nothing was getting communicated to them. Absolutely nothing. They practically leave the class at will. I got so frustrated at the point that I wanted to slap one of them. But I just had to hold myself back because I know the implication, right? Even though I'm a Muslim myself, I was born and raised as a Muslim, even though I'm no more, right? So I held myself. I didn't go physical with anybody. I kept reporting them. To my amazement, Isaac, do you know that I even had to go out of my way to get one of those students that I felt like, okay, this one can still, reason a bit with me. So I told him to get 9 other students. And I was ready to spend my time for extra. What you're talking about now was actually my game plan. That if I could impact 10 of them, that 10 is enough to impact the remaining of the class. Exactly what you're saying now was my strategy. This is the sweetest part of the whole story. Guess what? The guy that I told about the extra classes was able to get 9 others, and they came back to me that they wanted to see me in confidence. I invited them to my place, and one of them, the leader of them, and I'm quoting him here, he said to me, look, as you're looking at me like this, I'm a potential commissioner in this state. My brother is the current commissioner in this state. And after him, I'm next. And he said, I don't have what it takes to occupy that office. I don't know maths, I can speak English. They were practically translating for him, right? And then he said to me that you have what I want. If you give me what I lack, I can give you what I have that you lack. And I asked him, what is that? And he said, to start with, this NYC that you came for all the way from Lagos or wherever you are from, I don't need to go for any NYSC or that far before I get the certificate. And I asked him, how is that possible? He said, because here in the north, you always have someone that knows someone in any federal government establishment in Nigeria. And so therefore, it's just a matter of phone calls for him to get the certificate to his house. This same year, just 2 people graduated as law students and got called to bar in Zamfara State. Each of them got 5 million naira for graduating in law. So, to wrap up my story, these guys told me that what they came for is one, to ask me, how much, guys, people, how much am I going to be paying them to attend my extra classes? And they rounded up by saying, because even their government here pays them to come to school. These are the kind of people you want to go and educate. I don't get it, Southerners, please. I don't, and I keep saying it. If you think we are lying here, you just go to the north. Go and verify these things. Or ask people that have lived there for years. I keep shouting since last year. I've been shouting on this platform. 10.6 million out of school children roaming the streets in the north. This same issue was the issue the man was speaking about in the interview is the same issue that got a royal blood in the north, a former CBN governor, highly educated. He stood in front of the northern leaders and he said to them, I know the Quran in and out just like you guys. Go and watch that video. It's on YouTube. He stood in front of them and told them, I'm a Muslim, well learned than you guys. I know the Quran inside out. Come and show me anywhere in the Quran where God said you can give birth to a child and leave them to the street to roam and fend for themselves. Like 20 videos. Go and watch it on YouTube. Just a month after that, the guy was removed. I don't get it. When Satanas say, we can't break up, Nigeria is already divided. Can't you see this? All the 11 northern states have Sharia law. You can't drink alcohol in their state. You can't even trade in alcohol in their state. Yet, they are still sharing VAT from proceeds of alcohol in southern part of Nigeria. I don't get what Southerners are talking about, and I'm quite frustrated at this point. Nigeria is not divisible. Nigeria is not divisible. Nigeria was created for God's sake. The information is on Google. The Southern Protectorate was merged to the Northern Protectorate simply for administrative purposes. No consideration for the people, no consideration for the culture, no consideration for the civilization, no consideration for anything. The guy was simply a businessman in charge of a business venture, and he didn't want to be reporting losses from one shop and reporting profit from the other shop. Go and look at this history, for crying out loud. Lugard was practically begging for subsidy for the North for as long as he stayed. He didn't want to continue doing that. And he has the South, the second shop, that was consistently making profit. I mean, if you're a manager of that shop, Isaac, would it not make sense for you when you are thinking of profit alone, you're not thinking of the people, would it not make sense for you to just match these shops together so that you can substitute the deficit with the surplus from the South? That's what the guy did. And here we are as Southerners saying, oh, this merger can never, it is not possible. How? How? In the face of killings?
And Shangidi, isn't it ironic that the North was prosperous before the cancer came, the Fulani, and now this cancer is spreading everywhere, and some people want to maintain the structure that allows the cancer to spread. You see, this is what I call this.
Sorry, stand now. Let me just round up so that you can go on. You're doing an excellent job, and I'm just so mad this morning. A lot of these Southerners that come up and say Nigeria is not divided actually should go and ask their parents if their parents were around during the Western region, because I'm sure their parents must have gotten free education from the Western region, not from Nigeria. If your parents, I repeat again, because as at then, the policy in Western region was that if you don't send your child to school, you are going to jail.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to jail. Free. Education is free, even if you read. And that's why you can proudly talk about education today. Is that the same thing in the North? We all know where they send their children to gladly. So what are we talking about? This is people choosing a lifestyle. This is people choosing a civilization that they want. Yet, we Southerners, we still want to keep on saying, no, you guys can't choose that. You have to choose what we choose. Who does that? Are we not mad? Is there something not wrong with us? Now, in the chat, I was quoting senior citizens, learned senior advocates of Nigeria that has different forms, that has come out to say Nigeria is going nowhere with another election. These are not even the chairman of the current government presidential committee on anti-corruption, Professor Issa Isagi, San, a senior advocate of Nigeria, has said it so many times that this constitution is a fraud. That is the basis that the whole nation is standing on. When you have a foundation that is fraud, how do you build? I don't get these things. People are just not thinking outside the box. They're just thinking within the confines of what they know. Guys, please, let's calm down and just figure these things out. And I'm going to round up with my illustration again. If I'm your brother, right? We're the same blood, and I'm willing to accommodate you at all cost, which is the South, right? I'm willing to accommodate you. I'm willing to protest. I'm willing to do whatever it takes for Nigeria to be better. And you, my brother, you are busy acquiring arms and ammunition, and you are leaving your space thousands and thousands of miles away, and you are coming into my space to come and kill me. And me, your brother, I'm still saying, oh, no. We just have to live together. Please, people, is there something not wrong with me? And I like with that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. It's like when people say, oh, to break Nigeria, you're asking for war. And I look at them and I think, but the one Nigeria, does it not look like a war already? Like, who's lying to who? Anyway, let's continue.
What are you predicting for the Northwest and the Northeast?
Maybe in about 10 years from now, most of the states would have failed. If the interventions are not made now, in about 10 years, the demographics will overwhelm the states, more or less.
Haven't they done so?
Well, Katsina and Zamfara have failed already. They are being propped up by federal military might. If you pull the army out of Katsina, Zamfara, Yobe, and Borno, the bandits and extremists will overrun those states in a month or two. So at least 4 states have failed in Nigeria. And that's the thing to note.
4.
Let me say something quickly about local government. When states fail, they fail because communities have failed. So states fail community by community, local government by local government. So if a cluster of communities and local governments fail, then the state fails. And then those bandits or extremists then project into the next state and then mobilize similar demographics. And then the contagion just goes like that. So
contagion.
In 10 to 12 years from now, if the current trajectory is on, probably be about 20 million children out of school. The number of adults that can read or write will probably be like 90 million, something like that. The poverty in the country, the latest UNDP report says about 93 million people are severely affected by multi-dimensional poverty. That's more or less half the country.
And when they say multi-dimensional poverty, what do they normally mean? When developmentalists talk about multi-dimensional poverty?
It means, just to put it crudely, education poverty, food poverty, all kind of energy poverty.
So shortages across some of the most basic things, healthcare.
Yes, health
that
poverty.
Sort of thing. And these things tend to come together and wreck communities.
Yes. Can I mention quickly that another driver of banditry and extremism is related to health? Maternal mortality is highest amongst teenage girls. Pregnancy-related death is the biggest cause of death of teenage girls.
So they also leave orphans behind.
They also leave orphans behind. And when the orphans are left behind, the men just replace the girls like commodities. Senator Ndume pointed out that there are about 60,000 orphans in the IDP camps. I don't know if he was pointing at what I am pointing at, because he's also the Senate chair for the Committee on the Army, but he's also from there. Now, he should have known immediately that even if just roughly half of those orphans are boys, that's potentially a few divisions, equivalent of a few divisions to be recruited by bandits. And orphans are like a blank slate because no values, no love, no care.
So they cleave to people who sort of feel care about them.
Yes. And those kind of kids, if extremists get their hands on.
Wait. Is it my network, Starman, or your network, please?
What happened?
Your network is bad. Your
network is bad, though. You need to go back, your network is...
Okay. Like how many minutes?
Starman.
Wait, like, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
No, your network has been bad, though.
Like how many minutes?
You need to go back,
Like how many minutes? Like how many minutes ago? Yeah. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Like how many minutes ago?
Just 60 seconds. 60 seconds.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I didn't realize. Okay, so I'll take it back. Yeah.
Healthcare.
Yes, health
that
poverty.
sort of thing. And these things tend to come together and work community.
Yes. Can I mention quickly that another driver of banditry and extremism is related to health?
Listen.
Maternal mortality is highest amongst teenage girls. Pregnancy-related death is the biggest cause of death of teenage girls.
So they also leave orphans behind.
They also leave orphans behind. And when the orphans are left behind, the men just replace the girls like commodities. Senator Ndume pointed out that there are about 60,000 orphans in the IDP camps. I don't know if he was pointing at what I am pointing at, because he's also the Senate chair for the Committee on the Army, but he's also from there. Now, he should have known immediately that even if just roughly half of those orphans are boys, that's potentially a few divisions, equivalent of a few divisions to be recruited by bandits. And orphans are like a blank slate because no values, no love, no care.
So they cleave to people who sort of feel care about them.
Yes. And those kind of kids, if extremists get their hands on them, capture 100 farmers and say, to show that you belong to the fold, we want all these farmers beheaded. It's most likely going to happen without any... we saw this happen in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, and places. So often these things are not Nigeria specific. We saw the warlords recruiting children in Sierra Leone and Liberia and using them to behead, amputate, and so forth like that. So these are like fairly basic sociological constructs that you can apply to most societies if the demographics are similar. So when Governor El Rufai said the Northwest especially is on the verge of being like Afghanistan, he's not wrong. He understands what we are talking about now. What he's not saying is that the current set of governors, and in particular their predecessors, failed to shift the North away from feudalism, which is another name for inequality. And that's why I say it's not so much religion. It's the
ethnicity.
In fact, it's not even ethnicity.
We are dealing with class matters here.
No, it's not even ethnicity at all. Yes.
Guys, let's unpack all that small, because in like a space of like 5 minutes, so much was said. So first of all, Nigeria has 93 million.
Sorry, Starman. Before you go, I know you have comprehensive. I just want to share another experience regarding the way these Almajiris live, so that people can understand the context very well. Because this Almajirinchi is a big tool, right? Like Aisha said in the chat, it's a big recruitment pool for terrorists and bandits. So I'll share my experience again with these Almajiris. So the hotel I was staying has like a building opposite it that happens to be like a shop, number of shops, like 3-4 shops, right? So they have like a frontage, like a pavement frontage that me and some of my friends, we hang out in the evenings, right? And then there was this day that we left our hotel, we were going to the spot to just hang out. And then we saw a boy, a little boy, like maybe 8-10 years old. So the boy was, you know, I don't mean any disrespect here, but we all know how they look in terms of appearance. If you don't know, you can just do a simple Google search. You see just an image of an Almajiri in northern Nigeria. You see it, right? So I don't need to describe that because it's quite graphic, people. So we saw the boy lying on a concrete floor. And this was around evening, very cold, crazy cold, right? This guy was lying almost lifeless on the floor. And then we ran to him. We tried, waking him up so that we can know what we can do. At the end of the day, he wasn't talking. The guy wasn't talking. So we waited for other Almajiris to pass by because they are constantly going. We are seeing them. They are everywhere, people. And I'm just thinking, do people not go to the north? Do we not see these things? Right? So the boy, the Almajiris that we saw, the other ones, we asked them what was wrong with him. By then, another friend of ours, who happens to be an indigene, a resident of Zamfara, was also with us. So he understood and was translating to us what the boy was saying. But even before then, when he came, right, he told us, oh, this is nothing. We shouldn't bother ourselves. But we couldn't stand it. Seeing a young boy, just about going lifeless. This guy wasn't moved. He said, this is normal life. This is the way they live here, right? Eventually, he got to translate what the other boy was saying to us. And he said the other boy told them that they are actually coming from, they've been on the road for 10 days, people. The village where they learn their Arabic, whatever, is like, I don't even know. He said they've been roaming the street for 10 days, people. And that the guy fell ill and he couldn't continue. My God, that day, no cabs here, people. I was weeping. Seriously. From what the other boy too can't be more than 8 years or 7 years or thereabout. From what he told us, he said they are looking for food. And the guy fell ill. And that they have prayed for him in case he dies. And they have left. They've gone. The others have gone. That's the way it is. They just pray for him, they leave him to die, and they move on. These are the kind of people that will grow in future to become leaders, whether we like it or not. Because as long as Nigeria remains, they are also citizens too. And they have every right to contest and hold positions. So this and anybody that feels I'm lying here, that has a contrary narrative, can please come up. I'll give you the name of the area. I'll give you the address. I'm even mentioning names here. I taught in government science secondary school, Gusau. That's the only male secondary school in Gusau, which is the capital of Zamfara State. So what are we talking about here? We have a pool, a very dangerous pool in millions of future terrorists. Future terrorists. I'm not talking about now. The ones we are seeing now are the ones that have been raised years ago. Millions. Go and check the number of IDP camps that you have spread across the country, and go and check the number of people in IDP camps as we speak today in Nigeria. Hausas, the indigenous northern people. So these are proofs. Again, I repeat, these are proofs of future terrorists. Just imagine what the man said. This kind of boys that I described now, if you walk up to them and give them 5,000 naira and ask them that someone insulted the Prophet of Islam and you need that person beheaded, I think we can answer the questions ourselves. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll even take it back so that everybody can hear properly. A lot of us don't understand this Al-Majri problem and how serious it is.
Fairly basic sociological constructs that you can apply to most societies if the demographics are similar. So when Governor El-Rufai said the Northwest especially is on the verge of being like Afghanistan, he's not wrong. He understands what we are talking about now. What he's not saying is that the current set of governors, and in particular their predecessors, failed to shift the North away from feudalism, which is another name for inequality. And that's why I say it's not so much religion. It's the
or ethnicity.
Or in fact, it's not even ethnicity.
We are dealing with class matters here.
No, it's not even ethnicity at all. Yes, it's inequality, it's class matters. So you can see the fear that a lot of the governors have of reformist feudalists like Sanusi, the former governor of CBN, who understands clearly that the trajectory is going to doom the North, but because his rhetoric indicts them, they are afraid of him and want him off the scene very quickly. But what they don't realize that unless they change and more or less take on board what people like him are saying, they will create the demographic forces that will remove them from office, and it's not going to be very nice.
And it won't be pretty either.
It won't be pretty. That's what I
mean. Ballot box.
No. So look at Afghanistan. So about 2 decades ago, or rather up to about 2 decades ago, Afghanistan had similar birth rates to Northwest Nigeria.
Listen.
UNESCO has pointed out that in the decade up to 2001, there was almost 0 girls in school, with the same birth rate as Northwest Nigeria today.
Listen.
In effect, the Taliban reproduced an army by violating the reproductive and sexual health of girls and keeping them out of school. The same is happening in the Northwest and to a lesser extent to the Northeast. That's why I say, if you know the data globally, you understand the trajectory. A lot of people think many things are unique to Nigeria.
Exactly. Many of us think that somehow Nigeria is unique and these things can't happen. And when people say it's happening in Nigeria, it must not be true. It's just telling you now, this is how Afghanistan got to where they were today. This Afghanistan you're looking at today. This is disenfranchisement of the girl child, birth rates out of control. Is telling you that, see, Nigeria's population is 93 million, official 93 million poor people, poorest people on the planet. That's virtually half the population. Half. And some of you think you can, don't worry, we'll still get to where it's talking about schools. For those of you think that you can educate everybody, we'll get to where it's talking about schools and teachers and what needs to be done. It's talking about all the orphans. Okay, so now you have underage girls. you have them pumping out babies. Of course, their mortality rate is going to increase. Many of them are going to die just from the trauma and shock of what you're putting them through. Yeah? So suddenly, you have this 15-year-old girl who's dead, but she's had 3 children already, who've now become orphans, roaming around. No parents to instill values. No parents to show any love. So what do you think is going to happen when the terrorist comes and says, come, take 5,000 naira? Afghanistan has already shown us from what it's saying, as in, for those of you that think, oh, no, it's being made up.
I say, if you know the data globally, you understand the trajectory. A lot of people think many things are unique to Nigeria. It's not.
So, I mean, you mentioned a few things that I want us to, I want us to talk about, okay, what can be done and why isn't it being done and where the issues are. But before we do, because you gave global examples, you talked about the collapse of Libya, you talked about what was happening in Niger and some of the neighboring states around Nigeria. And I know that when I sit down now and look at sort of the map of conflict across the continent, I know that Islamist extremism, for example, is finding fertile ground within the continent, not just in Nigeria. So if you look at Al-Shabaab in Kenya, Somalia, if you look at what's going on in Mozambique, if you look at what's going on in Sahel, if you look at what's going on in Central African Republic, and even coastal towns like Ghana,
all Muslims,
their coastal areas are beginning to see extremists. What do you think is going on? Is that do you think, have global jihadists taken a decision that Africa represents, in your view, the best opportunity for setting up a home and an empire?
Yes, they're taking advantage of the demographics. That's what's
and
happening.
Ungoverned spaces.
Yes, they're taking advantage of demographics. So myself and some colleagues that work on data and demographics and things, we mapped.
Global jihad is here. Oh, he's now with us in Africa. Oh, and it's not just Nigeria. Global jihad. You heard they listed all the countries. Are these not the countries we always list? Islamists running around everywhere, killing people. ISIS, global jihad. I've been posting the link to ISIS map of the world that includes the whole of West Africa, pretty much most of Central Africa. People think that these people are not being deliberate, that they don't know what they're doing. Oh, they're just terrorists. Terrorists are social re-engineering you.
We mapped the world, essentially, 6 years ago, using data from official sources. So the Bureau of Statistics of all the countries, with reputable sources like the UNDP, UNESCO, and so forth. When we did the map, Mozambique stood out in Southern Africa. It was at the bottom of the Human Global Development Index
in Southern
Africa.
So you kind of knew almost immediately that that's where the problems would begin.
Yeah, it was really, look, these things don't take, if you understand the data, it never takes you by surprise. The surprise is that the policymakers are not reacting to what people can see coming. And it's official sources. So they know. So in Nigeria, for instance, the head of the Bureau of Statistics sits in the National Executive Council meetings. When they produce reports, why don't they say to him or her, wherever it is, so you've produced this report and presented it. Please tell us what it means, interpret it, tell us what the projections are. That's what is done in developed countries. If the ONS, say in the UK, the Office of National Statistics, puts out data, the head of the Bureau of Statistics in Nigeria sits in on the National Executive Council meetings. They don't say to him or her, "You've produced a report. Can you interpret it for us?"
Are you sure they don't
And they don't.
ask? And are you sure they don't
They
know?
don't. They don't. If they know, they don't care.
Okay.
Are you
If
hearing?
they know, they don't
Because
care.
this seems so obvious
Yes.
as you explain it.
Yes.
And you have to wonder why a policy maker would not know this.
If they know, they don't care. It's self-evident. It's not an allegation, because if they care,
This is where your constitution comes in. A constitution that lets your leaders not care about you. This Sankore guy is telling you how it was telling us how these reports are done officially by certain governing bodies, bureaus of statistics, and by certain global organizations. And they hand it to governments. And even governments, where they don't understand, they're supposed to ask questions. This is your report, to what exactly are you saying? What's the projection? What do you mean? Just like, IMF would do projection, Nigerian government to just jump, But
And some blockheads still believe that Nigeria would make it.
but they are handing them reports showing that look at what poverty is doing. Look at what the disenfranchisement of the girl child is doing. Look at what the lack of education of children is causing. 25 years. He said this 25 years at the beginning of this program. They haven't done anything. So some of you think that, okay, you have your PVC now, and it's after 2023 they'll start doing something. Don't worry, we'll still get to where he's talking about what needs to be done. School. No, don't worry, we'll get there.
they would have acted. But if they said to him or her, the head of the Bureau of Statistics, interpret this to us and tell us in clear terms what you think is going to happen, then there would be on record advance warning. They broadly sidestep it and in fact act as if those reports do not exist, because when you listen to the ministers, occasionally they admit things. So Nigeria, for instance, ironically, pushed for at the UN for the International Day for Education, which is now marked on the 21st of January. This was a Nigerian effort at the UN. So around that time, in the spirit of honesty and transparency, the Minister of Education says, even in Nigeria, we have a lot to do. 60 million unable to read or write. We have, in their own estimation, 10 million children out of school, which is not true, because they said they reduced it by 3 million in the year of COVID, when no school opened and no new schools were built. Because
and bandits also had a field.
Yes, closing down schools and so forth. So they occasionally own up, but otherwise ignore the solutions. So, for instance, if it is 10 million children out of school, according to global standards recommended 20 to 25 kids per class, essentially, you are looking at, depending on availability of teachers, and so on and so forth like that, at least 200,000 new classrooms, or 250,000, maybe 300,000, but at least 200,000.
Nobody's building.
No one is building them on that
listening?
scale, because you need 200,000 new teachers. If you then break down the data state by state and say this is where the problem is worse, maybe you're looking at 12,000 schools or 13,000 schools. So primary 1, A, B, C, D, E, and then up to 6, from 6, and then JSS 1 to SSS 1, sort of 4 or 5 wings, 6 classes like that. Where are those being built? Where are the teachers being trained? Yes.
Okay, so the question, Rodney, is look, the solution seems to be obvious and nobody is doing them. Why is it, do you think, that there's also been a failure to look at this, even if it is from a basis of enlightened self-interest.
For those people thinking we can educate the North, did you just hear the breakdown? We need 200,000 to 250,000 classrooms. That's about 12 to 13,000 schools. 250,000 teachers need to be trained. And nobody's doing anything. The teachers are even there. They haven't even been paid for months. The education they're passing on. So when you see a picture of a teacher holding a book she's reading to a class upside down, then what exactly is she teaching the class? Does she even know what she's reading? This is where we are today. I don't know how some people can still see hope. Now, we in the South, when we're saying we need to self-determine, we need to go our own way, this is because this problem has not become as endemic as in the North for us. We can still save ourselves. But if we allow this cancer keep spreading, and a time will come when it will be too late. Over. It's game over. Some people don't want to hear. I wish you guys can see me. I'm pulling. Every time I talk, I pull my ear. Some people don't want to hear.
Because you and I know, based on what we've seen in other places, based on how Kabul was overrun. I mean, you talk to people in Afghanistan and they will tell you they were sitting in the state capital and hearing about all these things in the periphery of Afghanistan, in the rural areas. Never once in their wildest imagination did they think it will come to the capital city. And many of them, it took them by surprise.
Yeah. All of you in Lagos and Abuja, he's in the rural area. It's fine. He's in Borno. He can't come, Abi. Don't worry. Sit down there and be waiting. Did you not just hear them talking about Kabul? How people in Kabul thought, it can never happen. Is it not Nigerians? Who is the ex-master of saying it can never happen? Is it not Nigerians? It can never happen. But then,
I don't know if can I come in when you're talking?
Go on.
Oh yeah, thank you, Stamman, and thank you so much for this video. A lot has been said that we are aware of these problems. In terms of statistics, it's really a good opportunity for us to learn more and understand in depth what these problems really are, and the projection looking towards the future, where we are as a people. I think I'm getting feedback, Stamman. I don't know if you have to.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. And for me, I'll start by saying the average Southerner today, we are a conquered people, and we are devoid of rational and critical thinking. And for me, I will start by saying, if you are a Southerner from any part of the South, and you are still defending one Nigeria, there are two things that you are suffering from: identity crisis and lack of critical thinking. And these two makes you an imbecile. If you still believe Nigeria is going to work, you are simply an imbecile. Because firstly, the lack of awareness of oneself is what has gotten us to where we are right now as a people. Of late, I'm beginning to ask myself, are we sure the effect of being colonized is not even worse than being enslaved than the people in the United States and outside of Africa? Because if you look at the consciousness level of our brothers that were taken away from the African shore, they understand what threat is. They understand the problem of being assimilated. If you look at what our even black folks have done outside of Africa in terms of re-engineering themselves socially, then you have to ask yourself, what then is the problem of the black man in the African continent, and most especially in the context of southern Nigeria? There is no self-awareness of oneself. If you look at what happened when Russia invaded Ukraine, that was when, for me, it became very clear that an average Southerner is conquered, because there is no remorse, there was no pain for what has been done to you as a human being. Of everything the Western civilization, the Europeans have done to you, done to your continent, there was no remorse. Instead, there was admiration, supporting the same oppressors that have conquered you. And it tells so much about the state of mind of the people in the South, because of how much we have been brainwashed. And for me, these days, I just look at it that most times they don't realize it. An average Southerner is a black man outside, but inwardly, he is a white man. That is essentially what we are right now. We have been effectively cloned. Because if you tell a Yoruba man, an Igbo man, an ethnic man, an Asian man, why are you speaking the white man's language? He attacks you. He becomes aggressive. He attacks you and lets you know that why should he be speaking his own mother tongue? It says a lot about where we are mentally, because there is no knowledge of oneself. If we look at any one of us right now that are supporting maybe a Yoruba nation, Igbo nation, whatever nation of all nationalities in that contraction, it is because there is a self-awareness of who we are as a people. We know we are not white. We accept who we are, and based on who we are, we want to view the world from our own perception of our own reality. But when you view the world as if going to school gives you civilization, and every Southerner has defined education as civilization.
Yes.
He has defined democracy. He has defined democracy as the height of everything that embodies freedom. Not even understanding that even the democracy itself, it's flawed, and every society adapts their democracy to their environment. You can even start from the father of them of the United States. They have an electoral college system. We can look at whatever country they adapt, because they know there is no one size fit all. But because of this education, what we have been taught to believe, the black man, the average Southerner, does not understand that he has to find his own way in this life, that he has to create his own path. That is why everything that is black is evil, everything that is white is superior. You don't even see it. Look at, even when it comes to spirituality, look at what our brothers that the story of Africa did. They made sure that every part of their religion was turned into the African religion. They took them to Catholic Church. They renamed all these things to their own African thing that they brought all the way from the motherland continent. But what do we have today? When you tell a black man, why should your own child, imagine a white God? He doesn't understand the effect of what this does to the psyche of his child. That when you begin to see everything that is superior to you as white, you are effectively being destroyed, because invariably you cannot think. That is why you want to talk about, we want to be a producing nation, when you don't see the rationale of loving yourself first. That is why we want to buy the cars, we want to buy the clothes. Everything that they do is just what we have been indoctrinated to be. Consuming who they are, we want to be like them.
Yeah.
And this is the problem, that an average Southerner does not understand that. Why should you in the first place strive everything in your life to be like the white man? And once you strive to be like the white man, you think you want to conquer everybody with the use of education. An average Southerner thinks that by giving education, he can also, he has the mind of his master, because his master always wants to colonize people with education. So he believes that he can colonize the average Northerner with education. Not understanding the basis of history, that even his own master ran away from the north because these people cannot be colonized, because it is a clash of civilization. That when you try to force it, there will be a breaking point. But the average southerner, devoid of history, devoid of rational thinking, analyzing it, cannot understand this simple fact. They have to use guns, blood, and sweat to subjugate these people. And you think in your own myopic mind, you want to use education to just take education, and this is how you want to sterilize them? Why they are intent having guns and taking territory. They understand the purpose of land, accessibility to land, because they know they reproduce in high rate. They need expanse of land to exploit, to go so that they can settle themselves. This is what people do from Asian. The average southerner thinks the world has changed, the world has moved, now we are civilized, not understanding that the world is Asian, nothing has changed. It is about always and will always be about land and resources. And that is the identity crisis that they have not settled. And when you tell them, let's settle this identity, if you want to discuss about Nigeria, let's discuss about our identity. They later, we are all Nigeria. You ask them in the next breath, can you define Nigeria? They cannot define Nigeria. And you see, again, no critical thinking, because everything they believe the white man has. The white man is essentially thinking for another southerner.
Yes.
They can't ask questions. Everything is just so right. Everything is right. That is why they cannot question nothing. They can't question nothing. I'll just give an illustration of how dull they are, how stupid they are, that they cannot even see when they give them the indices to connect the dots. They can't connect the dots. Now, look at what's happening. There is a desertification in Lake Chad and in the Sahara. Now, Buhari comes out and tells them that, look, now there is problem, Lake Chad Basin is drying up. And these people, they need access to land. And if you want to solve this crisis, you have to give them your land. And they don't understand this simple fact why people are in their forest. Because, again, these are ungoverned spaces. They don't care. They just know in the long run, if they instigate a crisis today and there's a United Nations intervention, they will hold that space of land. That is why they are in your forest in the southwest. That is why they are in your forest in the southeast. They want to move inland to where there is green land and vegetation to expand. That is why they tell you they are going to push you away to the sea. You can start going to Benin Republic because they need your land to expand and to live. The Lake Chad is drying up. They are, in terms of economic, their societies are not well balanced, structured to fit into their life. So one way or the other, they have to live, they have to survive. And for them, it's always been about survival and expansion. And the rate of their reproduction, they will outnumber you in the next 20, 30 years. You will be assimilated, and everything that concerns the rest of you will disappear into thin air. That is why the governor of Bauchi State and the governor of Katsina State can tell you that the Fulani people from Mali, from Niger, from Chad are Nigerians, and you should give them your land. Because they understand clearly what is happening, and they know this migration will not stop. That is why they go to your spaces. You ask yourself, you say you are in a country, and you want to build policies. You want to build policies that work together. You can't build policies on immigration. You cannot build policy on immigration with the North in Nigeria. One of the most fundamental function of the government is the immigration policy. You can't build an immigration policy in Nigeria. Because everybody from Chad, even your own so-called governors are telling you that anybody from outside of Nigeria, the so-called geographical space, from 3-4 other countries can come and have access to that Nigerian identity. And you have no rational thinking to think that then who is the Nigerian? Then some very myopic southerners will sit down in Lagos with all these very stupid pretties that they also want to enjoy in the impunity and tell you go and get your PVC without understanding that we can't even build a simple thing jointly like an immigration policy. They tell you that infiltration of Boko Haram coming from Sahel, have they ever closed the border in Katsina? Have they closed the border in Adamawa? Have they closed the border between Cameroon and Adamawa? No, the borders are open. And they tell you people are coming in. And they can tell you Mali people went to kill people somewhere and the borders are porous, the borders are open. Because they know you're not going to do nothing about it. So they don't care. It's deliberate. You look at birth control. You cannot form a policy around birth control. You cannot form a policy around girl child marriage. You cannot form a policy along equality of women's rights. Then what is it that you are killing yourself over a senseless entity because of the white man? How can you die and let you yourself go in extinction on the altar of the white man? The black man in the South is destroyed. And for me, this is where I want people like Hisba to understand that in terms of this PVC, we have very little time. And it is only left for the revolutionaries to understand at what time to strike, because we have very limited time. Very, very limited time. If we don't do what we have to do, everything that contains every indigenous ethnic nationality in the south of Nigeria is on the precipice of going to total extinction. If you don't understand it, then you understand nothing again. If you don't understand it, you are lost. You can't critically think. You are just an imbecile. You have no self-knowledge of yourself. And to this, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, Tama. Thank you.
No worries, bro. Yeah, for those PVC warriors, as we speak, there are Igbos in other parts of Nigeria, like Lagos, that can't even get PVC. They don't even want them to get PVC. There are Igbos in the east that can't get their own PVC. But as we speak, there's Fulani in Niger Republic and Chad that have PVC. Nigerian PVC, for 2023 election. Is it not their brother that is? Shebi Fulani transcends national borders. Is it not their brother that is voting? Abi that is running? Atiku. So, oh God. Some people never jam rock, but they will jam it, sure. Let's continue with the video even.
Look at this, even if it is from a basis of enlightened self-interest. Because you and I know, based on what we've seen in other places, based on how Kabul was overrun. I mean, you talk to people in Afghanistan and they will tell you they were sitting in the state capital and hearing about all these things in the periphery of Afghanistan, in the rural areas. Never once in their wildest imagination did they think it will come to the capital city. And many of them, it took them by surprise. The day these people...
Sheer force of numbers,
when they came in.
Sheer force of numbers, plus, if this was to happen in Nigeria, it would be because, for instance, the Hisba, if they form the core of the state police, won't really have any big philosophical differences with the extremists marching on the town or the city. So if they then had the overwhelming numbers, the Hisba or state police would just
join them.
Yeah, just hand over to them.
Which brings me to the other issue around how we are. So there obviously, this is a multifaceted problem. It's a developmental issue. It's a governance issue, and I think we've spent a bit of time talking about that.
Can I make one point, please? A lot of the governors and the people at the federal level assume that they can crush the problem with brute force. That's their
answer.
That's their answer to it.
But isn't it clear now, given the sort of lack of capacity we've seen, both in terms of just even something as basic as numbers, the numbers of police we have, the numbers of people in the army, the number of people in the air force, just based on that alone, we are being told that we don't have the numbers to sort of police properly. We don't have the numbers to use military force properly. So the question is, I mean, based on your analysis earlier, a brutal end awaits all of us in another 10 to 12 years if we don't sort this out.
Sadly.
Why isn't enlightened self-interest enough in your view? Why hasn't that at least been the basis for getting people who are in a position to do something about it?
They are delusional. Listen to the Minister of Information. He keeps saying they will be crushed. They've been crushed. they've been technically defeated. In another month, they will cease to exist, and repeats it for 6 years, and nothing changes.
People would argue things have gotten worse.
Yes. Well, I mean, let's just say it doesn't get better. Now there's 10 Tucano, Super Tucano aircraft, close ground support. 12. Okay. So, oh yes, the final batch has arrived. Okay. So, this is the new joker in the pack. Oh, in fact, they will be flattened, they will be crushed, they will be...
I mean, I have interviewed, the spokesman for the Air Force. And I remember asking him what makes the Tucano special. And he gave me a very generic answer and said that it's not strategic for him to sort of talk in detail about what the capacity of the Tucano, because it will allow people they are fighting. No.
He should know better, because if it was a question of firepower, what firepower didn't the Russians have in Afghanistan? And what firepower didn't the Americans have in Afghanistan? They have at least 2,000 or 3,000 times the firepower of the Nigerian Air Force or Army. And that is not to say that...
No, but you can't, to be fair, though, with our military people, they can only talk about what they do.
So that's the point I was going to make. And that's not to say that the Army or the Air Force are not doing their best. But in the circumstances, they are fighting, they are hoping to win a war where no one is going to come to the table and sign the surrender papers, because the issues we are talking about now are intergenerational. So even if they capture or remove the current leaders, if the demographics keep getting worse,
they'll just be
replaced with more people. And then they will call for more firepower. Effectively, what's happening is the army especially is being drawn into a capture and hold and occupy scenario. What should be happening is you capture, you hold, the government does the rapid investment, overwhelming shock and awe investment, free the girls from first child marriage, build the schools for the boys and the girls. So in other words, you drop the birth rate for now and the next generation. The job skills eliminates the poverty. The infrastructure helps. The army then moves on. But what is happening now is that the army moves in, captures, holds, and stays.
And then after a while leaves, because they can't move.
Yes, and then when they move, it springs up again, then they come back. And then it's like whack-a-mole. They are running from place to place like that. And after some time, they start saying it is sponsors. They are chasing the sponsors. But it's the demographics. Look, in the case of Zamfara, effectively, they keep hoping that the military, and that's not what the military is designed to do. In fact, I feel a lot of sympathy, both for the rank and file of the military and the field commanders that are being put in this position. Because every time they are summoned and given the final marching order that the whole thing must end within 1 week.
Let's not, overflog that, because I want us to move regions now. I want us to talk about the Southeast. What is your assessment of what's going on in the Southeast? And are you able to make similar linkages with data that is available, and between that data and what we are seeing as well, beginning to sort of rear its head in the Southeast?
Yes.
Tell me.
But in a different way. So, it's important to understand in the Southeast this thing called the apprentice method. Some people understand, not many people, the historical origins, that at the end of the Civil War, the move to rebuild the Southeast drew a lot of young men into construction, supply, trading, and so forth. Partly because they had lost the opportunity to go to school for about 5 years. So I went to Government College Umuahia shortly after the war ended. And in my class, we had in Form 1, we had many boys, young men that were shaven.
They had literally just come from the front.
Yes.
Right.
So they were 19, 20, 21.
Served in the army.
In Form 1.
Yes.
Many could not go back to school. Those were the ones that could go back to school. Many could not go back to school because they'd lost their parents. The schools had been destroyed. So if they were about to go to Form 1 in, say, 67, 68, something like that, and they were 11, 12, 13, 14, by around 72, 73, when they had an opportunity to go back to school, they were 18, 19, 20. So many didn't go back. Lost parents' efforts created a lot of business people that drew in thousands of these young men. Now remember, this was the period of oil boom. This was the period of Udoji Award. So a lot of Nigerians had disposable income to buy fridges, irons, TVs, and things like that. So the surplus capital from the business of rebuilding and so forth, especially when they came back to Lagos, was moved into importation of these items, hence Alaba Market and all these places. So they more or less monopolized the sale of electronics. As the economy slowed down, and for instance, people couldn't buy new cars and started buying what we call Tokumbo cars, it means you needed more spare parts. So they diversified into spare parts and things.
All of what I'm hearing is of people who are very resilient, who are innovative, who sort of, go flow with the circumstances and make the best of it.
Yes.
Yeah, make the best of where they found themselves.
But as the economy slowed down, the apprentice method slowed down. So some of my classmates in Government College Umuahia who were unable to go to university, like some of us, went into that business, became very rich.
And had boys working for them. So when you talk about the apprenticeship system,
yes,
that's what you mean, right?
So they served within 5 or 6 years. By the time we were finished uni and we were going to do masters and things, they were mega rich. They had boys working for them. They then set up
giving capital.
Yes, they've been giving capital. They then set up those boys. But as of about 10, 12 years ago, the orgas, the bosses, didn't have enough capital to set up the boys. So the boys that did not go to school, now this is intergenerational. They had assumed school is not important because in the 70s, 80s, and 90s,
that apprenticeship system
worked
and provided affluence and good work.
So many of them assumed, oh, education is for the girls. We'll join this. Plus, of course, some of them really genuinely had no access to education. That system slowed down. Now, many of those boys, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them are sleeping in shops. There is large frustration.
Why haven't we seen a concerted effort? So there's often, and these are conversations that don't happen in the open many times, but there's often an assumption that, the North never really believed in education, was a little bit backwards, and so there was resistance to Western education.
Well, not the North, the elites that run a feudal system.
Yeah, but I'm just saying there's a general assumption. So these are conversations that when people are having sort of generic...
So they say, the Northerners don't want to go to school. That's complete nonsense.
And but I'm just saying there's an assumption that, the North doesn't want to... But it is always assumed that in the South, most people would want to go to school. So why haven't we seen that translate into education for boys in the Southeast, which might have provided alternative employment?
Because for a while, those that didn't go to school were able to make it economically. So it was assumed it didn't matter. Whereas...
So that became like the narrative for that region.
Yes. Whereas in the North, for instance, first child marriage polygamy, hunger, malnutrition, and so forth grew at a more rapid rate. So that's a bigger demographic problem. And by the way, first child marriage does happen in other parts of the country.
Yes, I know.
In Bayelsa State, it's 50%. So it's 1 in 2. And that's as bad as you can get, 1 in 2, 50%. So in Lagos, I always remind people, which is 20 million people, the first child marriage is 10%. That's 10% of 10 million women. Not so
the numbers are still substantial, is what you're saying.
Yes, it's just that it doesn't have the same social impact as 83%
of even if it's a smaller place,
2 million.
Yeah, I hear you. So Zamfara, 4 million people, 80% is different from 10% of 20 of 10 million
in Lagos. Plus, Lagos has a lot of commercial opportunities because it's a small state, it's densely packed, it's a port city, there's industrialization. So even those girls that would have otherwise been pushed into poverty are selling things, even if it's on the roadside.
Okay, we're running out of time, and I don't want to sort of bore people without sort of landing and concluding. So the Southeast, given what's going on there now, what are your sort of prognosis for that place?
As about 10 years ago, essentially, the data was showing that in the Southeast, if anyone carried a separatist or secessionist flag and said, if we go our way, we will make it, the person would have found people to follow him or her. That's what the data shows. As at least 10, 12 years ago. Don't forget, there was MASOB, the movement for the actualization of the sovereign state of Biafra. So, so this is not new. What has happened now is that there is an absolute higher number of frustrated young men who don't understand what is happening. So there will always be separatists. There will always be extremists. There will always be bandits.
It's easier to sort of blame what's going on sort of what they believe.
Yes.
Because there is a historical and a perceived marginalization and unhappiness and all of that.
So in the Southeast, the absolute, the number of these young men that is growing has fed into the post-Civil War narrative that the 3 R's didn't really happen, especially the reconciliation and the reconstruction, that it didn't really happen, that they were still marginalized, they were still excluded, and that if they go their way, they will do better, and so on and so forth. So that is why that level of militancy can be tapped into and grow. If it's not Nnamdi Kanu, it would be someone else.
But again, it's the same issues in the north as well, where a military solution is not going to do it.
It won't.
Because you have to sort of deal with the underlying issues.
Let me give you a quick example. Ariaria Market in Aba is one of the biggest industrial hubs in West Africa, manufacturing of shoes, bags, things like that, clothing. In the section of the market that does the manufacturing, they spend billions on generators every year. Billions, tens of millions a month. They use kerosene powered equipment to melt the glue that they use for the bags and the shoes and things like that. If they had grid power, their output would be about 10 or 20 times higher. They would be able to employ more people. Why don't they have grid power? Make more profit, employ more people. There's only one disco servicing the entire Southeast, the Enugu disco. So, big picture, Nigeria as a whole needs about 200,000 megawatts of power. The global sustainable development standard is 1,000 megawatts per 1 million people. So we should be at 200,000 megawatts. We're at 5,000. When the grid collapses,
even that 5 sometimes.
When the grid collapses, we're at 0. To give you an example, Qatar, 2.9 million people, roughly the same population as Ali Moshor local government, has 10,000 megawatts of power. So they are going to host the World Cup next year, partly because of power. So if the Southeast, or for that, the whole of Nigeria had more power, there would be more industry, more employment. There would still be people saying they want to separate.
People would have a stake in society, is what you're saying.
Yes.
They're less likely to rebel against a community where you feel, rooted and ownership, and
yes,
you have something to lose.
Yes, but there's an important point to make there with this power thing. So Nigeria is a federal country. It's possibly the only federal country in the world, to the best of my knowledge, where the country is not only run like a unitary state, things like power generation and distribution are centralized. Because if you go to Germany, Australia, US, and places like that, states generate, even in South Africa, they recently raised the cap.
Technically, though, we now have distribution companies that are regional, right? The only thing that has remained centralized is the transmission. So then the central grid. And the argument has always been that you should have regional grids, or even smaller grids, mini grids.
The generating, so the GenCos, even as they are designed like a unitary system.
They're regional, though.
If the states, so for instance, so let me put it differently now. The Southeast states, or the Northwest states, or the Southwest states can't come together and say, we are forming our own GenCo. It has to pass through the federal process.
No, I hear you. And I mean, people have always made the argument that you should be able to do a power mix that takes advantages of the natural endowments of a place.
Yes.
So if a place is gas producing,
yes,
focus on trying to give them power with gas. The North maybe spend a bit more money on solar. Even though coal is not a thing, there are parts of the Southeast that if you chose to, you could power with coal, even places like Kogi. And then, of course, the hydro dams, for places where there's water. So I hear you about the lack of mix, but I don't want us to digress into sort of a conversation around. I hear the point you're making around the economy, but I want us to wrap up by asking you. So there are people sort of sitting in this country who continue to see some of these problems from a regional perspective. So if you're sitting in Lagos and you're looking at sort of armed men going on rampage in Enugu or in Imo State, there's a part of people that will by and large say, well, it is them, that kind of thing. They are sorting themselves out. I've heard certainly a lot of it when it comes to the problems initially in the Northeast and the Northwest about, well, is there Wahala? Should other parts of Nigeria that are relatively safe, and I say use the word relatively because, there are problems everywhere, but relatively safe, should they be worried about the data you've just shared and the implications of what happens in these regions? Or can they actually isolate themselves from these issues by doing the right thing, say, for their people?
If some states or geopolitical zones do the right things, they will slow down the collapse of their states or geopolitical zones without any doubt. But it has to be everywhere. Why? Because if it exists anywhere, to the extent that it degenerates, to that extent will the federal government feel compelled to use federal resources that everybody should be using for development, for warfare.
So does the answer therefore lie in what some people are agitating for, which is that, look, you Northerners, you've allowed your place to be messed up. You've had an opportunity in government at various levels. You didn't fix it. And now you're threatening to drag all of us along, because you mustn't forget, data has shown that if you extract the North from Nigeria, to a certain extent, we won't be at the bottom of development indexes for the globe. We'll be sort of a middle country. So when...
Did you hear that? Did you guys hear that? Or maybe I should rewind it so that you could hear a bit clearer.
Rewind it for clearer purpose. Starman, we heard it. And I want to add quickly before you rewind it. This same thing that Kadira just said now was what was contained in the 2020 National Bureau of Statistics report. And I repeat, I put it in the chat before, I repeat again, that report said excluding Borno State, because Borno was under Boko Haram control then, excluding Borno State, the total poverty rate of the country was 40.1%. My people, 80% of that is coming from a region. 80% of 40.1%, excluding Borno. So if they had been able to go to Borno and had Borno's figures, maybe it could have been 90% of the 40.1% of the total poverty rate of the country. This is just in 2020. This was in 2020. 80% of 40.1%, that's half. So the same thing Kadira is saying there. So if you interpolate that figure, right? So that means if the North is taken out of Nigeria, that takes away 80% of the 40.1% of the poverty rate of the country.
Right.
So the country will, the rest of the country will be left with around 20% poverty rate. People don't, you just need to read these figures, right? And then you get the answer to what you want. Please continue, Starman.
And as we are now, we're one of the poorest countries. But if you remove the North, we'll rise up. We'll no longer be amongst the poorest countries. I mean, why are we doing this thing to ourselves now? Come on. If it's that they're even trying to help themselves, okay, we can understand. We can suffer with our people that want to be brothers. But this one, they don't even want to help themselves.
Let's always point out the willing collaborators in the South, please.
Oh, yeah. And we'll get to them. Shebi, we said South is the problem. We'll get to them. Don't worry. The thing is almost finished. It's like 60 minutes left.
Does the answer therefore lie in what some people are agitating for? Which is that, look, you Northerners, you've allowed your place to be messed up. You've had an opportunity in government at various levels. You didn't fix it. And now you're threatening to drag all of us along. Because you mustn't forget, data has shown that if you extract the North from Nigeria, to a certain extent, we won't be at the bottom of development indexes for the globe. We'll be sort of a middle country. So when people say break it up, don't they have a point?
Well, it's very complex and we can't sort it out even in 1 hour, never mind in 10 minutes. So different countries have found solutions to ethnic, regional, or language issues. You know, Canada has its own solution, the French-speaking and the English-speaking, the Swiss have their own solution, rotational presidency and so forth like that. We'll have to find our solution to it. But if anyone is under the impression that a physical break will automatically translate into El Dorado, the person is mistaken.
But why?
Yeah, so
if there's a group that is, let's take the Southwest, they've done fairly okay with education, is relatively homogeneous when it comes to language, they have ports, you know, they have Lagos, which is sort of on its own a small country, if you look at the numbers and everything. Why can't the Southwest say, you know what, I am tired of the mess and you guys refusing to send your children to school, forcing your daughters to get married early, and just your general worldview is not similar to mine. I'd actually like to have my own country. What's wrong with that?
Okay. In principle, there is nothing wrong with it. But if the assumption is that it will translate a particular region into El Dorado,
he's one of the gatekeepers.
Oh, the thing is, if you notice, he kept saying, if you think it will translate to El Dorado. But the reality is, none of us have ever said,
And
"Oh,
he has alluded to it already. He has alluded to it already.
you know."
He's one of the gatekeepers.
But
He's in Nigeria.
even then, none of us secessionists have ever said, if they declare Biafra today, it will be an Eldorado tomorrow. We Nnamdi Kanu said it will take us 75 years to build Biafra.
Exactly. The fact that he says in principle it will work is just all the answer we need.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
But because it's on Nigeria Zoo TV, he can't be that explicit with that kind of answer. So
can I say something to Batman? Sorry for interjecting.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Yeah, I just want to tell Simon something. You see, I just came to the room, but I've heard people say things like this. And I just want to tell you, like, look, it's not about El Dorado. It's not about, it's only a child that we think if, there's that kind of thing, like the next day is going to be paradise. That's not reality. But you see, there's something called betting on yourself. When you bet on yourself, meaning that we may fail, we may succeed, but at least if we fail on our own terms. For crying out, you understand? For crying out loud. It's called betting on yourself. We want to bet on ourselves. Economy in Nigeria. Decide our own destiny by ourselves. That's why, not because we want to become paradise tomorrow, or like the next year, everywhere is going to be paradise and, milk and honey kind of talk. No. It's going to be a long, hard journey. Very hard, in fact, to be honest. There are so many issues that we will inherit from the Nigeria that we have to now start to tackle again from the grassroots and purge out of our system, So it's not really about that, but I believe the main, from my own point of view, is when people say separate, it's like we want to decide our own destiny. When you leave your parents' house, like I want my own destiny in my hands, not tied to somebody else. It's like a Siamese twins. Siamese twins, one side is one side is dragging the other side down because they can't think properly. Maybe one side is sick, is affecting the other side. There has to be a surgical separation, so two of them can live their lives independently. That's just the way. I just want to add to what was going on there. So I'm just there. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Exactly, it's like Siamese twins. You can't.
You even see our people asking foolish questions like, how do you intend to have your military? Like you are literally unconsciously undermining your brain capacity and your intellectual capacity. I swear. No, as if white man get to pray.
Anyway, we'll carry on.
It's mistaken. It's worse in the Northwest because the demographics are worse in the Northwest. Don't forget, I was pointing out in the beginning, the broad sweep of 70% of kids in primary school
not going to
secondary school affects places like Lagos. That's how you have all the touts and agberos and people selling things on the road. That's how you have it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Lagos or the Southwest will not collapse as quickly as the Northwest. But unless there is 100% universal primary and secondary education, unless the power goes up to 20,000 megawatts, unless the multidimensional poverty is reduced all round, as we've discussed, eventually Lagos will become an urban jungle, whether it's in 20 or 30 years' time. Don't forget what I was pointing out. Nigeria's population overall will double to about 400 million in about 30 years. Long before then, the oil will.
I'm listening to these numbers and I won't lie to you, I'm scared.
Everybody should be.
I'm really listening to you and I'm scared, particularly because I'm not seeing anything in our planning
because
that sort of suggests that we are taking these things seriously and treating them like an emergency.
Because Lagos or the Southwest may seem better than the Northwest. But so imagine if Lagos population doubles to 40 million in 30 years.
Things are still exactly
and things are like this. So Lagos then doesn't have 20 to 40,000 megawatts of power. 70% of the kids in Lagos that start primary school are unable to transit to secondary school, and so forth. There will be parts of Lagos that an average person cannot walk into without protection. So it will be different from the Northwest,
but it will still be problematic.
But it will still be problematic. So the assumption that just breaking away physically solves all the problems for all time is not correct.
Okay, so I've asked about the link between sort of the regions, but how much of what is happening in the rest of Africa should also worry us, and how much of it needs to be taken into account when we're sort of doing policy ourselves and putting things, plans in place?
Sorry?
So I've had... Can you pause just 1 second? Yeah. So remember earlier when I was just making the point that the people in the north, we talked about, are we going to build a wall? Is that a practical solution? We look at Sudan as divided, but then are they saying that it's not a practical solution in terms of separating north and south? Is that what they just said? Is that correct?
Well, that's what he said, but he kept saying some people think, oh, if you separate or if you break, then you find yourself in an El Dorado, which is not what we secessionists are even saying. But I think he danced around the answer by saying, oh, the Southwest actually has its own endemic problems like the Agbero or area boy problem, where if you allow the population swell in about 30 years, there'll be parts of Lagos where you won't be able to go to without protection or police escort. Which yes is normal. But he also said, if you listen to his answer, what he said or what he didn't really say says a lot. He also said that that Lagos cannot escape it, because as long as you don't tackle the problem holistically, that's across the whole of Nigeria, the problems from the north will keep creeping down south. So this just leaves, anyone reasoning, come on. So if Lagos can somehow remove itself and establish its sovereign border, then the problem, obviously, not that the problem goes away. Yes, the problem now surrounds Lagos, but at least Lagos now has its own agency to deal with the problem.
But I just want to come in here, and this is the scenario, and for every Yoruba progressive, this is where immigration comes in. If we have, when we have, because eventually we will have, because either by blood, by sweat, by every means necessary, we will. They've not seen the worst of the kind of Sunday Bowl. There are thousands that are ready to do much more than that. So eventually, Nigeria will lead to an implosion of itself, and nations will break away. This is one fact. It can go anywhere, but whatever way it goes, I don't think it's not a problem. But here's the thing. When we have our Yoruba nation, and we are using our own language as means of education and communication, primarily within our society. Now, when somebody comes, like a foreigner, you come from the north or wherever it is, you are easily identified. When we have our database and everything is linked, you are easily identified as an area. So it's about building systems. You are not saying you don't want foreigners into your country, but at least you should have the slightest overview, at least of statistics of people that are coming in for your own economic planning and development. And these are the things that, as Nigeria as it is right now, even with the estimation of Lagos with its population, nobody knows. Everything is an assumption. So the numbers that we are even throwing around, no one is sure of anything. So it's about
when a problem is so complex, it is about putting it into smaller compartments to solve this problem.
Exactly.
And we understand where this man is speaking from. You see, Lagos has expanded even to Ogun State right now. Lagos is going to keep expanding out of, and for us, it is about urban development towards the other states. But how can we have control of our own immigration? We can't have the control of this immigration under the borders of Nigeria. And this is where rationality and logical thinking comes. But again, some people will sit down, like the likes of Macaroni, the likes of Sari, Renu, and all of them. They will sit in their comfort in Lagos, thinking Lagos is about Nigeria and everything revolves around them, not even understanding the threat of Lagos itself, even to the entity called Nigeria. And again, for me, we should be thinking of building nations that can begin to teach kids critical thinking from an early part of their life, as early as 3. We are not even talking about education of pre-kindergarten. We are moving to primary school at the age of 4. So even our education structure itself is faulty, because the age of 3 to 5, these are times where you need to teach these kids very, very important things. But no, again, Nigeria is what it is. Either way, this nation is doomed economically. For you to even build power, people say the likes of Peter Obi. Grant gave us a statistic the other day here. You need $900 billion to fix electricity in Nigeria. And Nigerian budget is just $25 billion. $25 billion,
wow.
5% going to the current expenditure, and you have 5% left for capital expenditure. That is why they are going up and down. They can't even fund their budget. So how do you want to boost production when you can't create power? You can create power, and the transport to move the economic drivers around, you have to go again to borrow it. No, the country is a mess. It can't work. Even when
my brother Shogo, just to quickly add to what you're saying, right? So the IMF has also published last month that the incoming president of Nigeria, come 2023, would have to fund Nigeria's debt with 99.9% of the revenue that they're going to get. So I don't know where the money to even fund the government is going to come from. I don't understand.
Call it 100%. Call it 100%. Peter Obi will create the money. Peter Obi will create the money. Very deluded people. They can't ask themselves. No common sense. I'm sorry to say, I understand why Nnamdi Kanu, at first I didn't understand, but big respect to Nnamdi Kanu, because he took time to study the mentality of the black man, the average southerner. You know, if he doesn't whip your ego, you don't talk to him, because you stay in your arrogance like the white man. Always very arrogant and pompous. You don't even want to think. That is why they have to insult you for you to go back and react and think a little bit. I think maybe it's not about hate. This is not about hate. Like I said, I don't give a damn about the Fulani man. If the Fulani man comes to Yoruba man, he will be assimilated. You cannot assimilate the Yoruba, but we will assimilate you. For statistics say the best thing for us to do, you have to think about even the larger African continent as a whole. We are in a mess. We will not recover from this 1884 Berlin Conference. How do we get our acts together? And the only thing we can do right now is finding an identity to build a new society that has structure, that has vision, that have clear rules, not this jungle, not this. Where do you want to start from? We are not talking about provision of water. You don't even have pipe-borne water. How much do you need to run pipe-borne water across all of Nigeria? We are not talking about $900 billion for electricity. We are not talking about water. Basic right for every human being. No, we are not talking about water. Don't even go there. We can't even drink. No food. No food. No roads. What do you have? And you just want to on the altar of one Nigeria where you will be slaughtered? When the Almajiri boy on the street, they just say go and kill without even any incentive and you cut your head off. You are defending people that tell you that you can't drink alcohol in your own country. If you so wish, if you want to be gay, you want to be whatever you are, you can't be that in the same. Look at now. They are coming to tell you that 2023, we are going to take a Muslim ticket and we are not going to do nothing about it. When we tell you and say, being gradually Islamite, you think people are just cherry picking the fruit. They are coming to your face right now to tell you they will pick a Muslim ticket and you are not going to do nothing. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Absolutely nothing. Because they know that is why people can die. Kids can die. Young kids can die last week and you have your president sitting and eating. Because you know they are docile. You know they are weak. You know they are not going to report. You think if you know that people are going to report and start burning down people and start killing Fulanis and Hausas in the north, in the southwest, you think he will go sitting with his bunch of vultures? They don't care about human beings. I don't care about them now. And for me, we should care about ourselves. It is self-love. How can you love somebody without loving yourself, for Christ's sake? You have to start by loving yourself first. And this is what it's all about. What is humanity when you can't take care of yourself? You want to show humanity when you can survive? Humanity on an empty stomach? Humanity in poverty? When you can't even feed yourself? What sort of humanity is that?
And then you want to show the humanity to people that don't even mind what's being done to them. And they'll still call their northern elite their brothers and defend them. You want to go and show humanity to them.
The average southerner does not understand agenda, policy.
Yeah.
They don't know, when you tell them that the northern elite have a policy, it is strange to them.
Yeah.
And they watch American movies. They are one of the biggest consumers of American movies. They can tell you the United States policy, attacking counter-terrorism. They can tell you the United States policy with regards to immigration. They can tell you all about these things. And when you tell them, northern elites have their own agenda, not about the masses. The problem is the northern elites, and they have done these things deliberately from the onset because they don't want to change the demography, their worldview of their society. They know that if they let it go, they will become somebody else. They are not ready to give up who they are. And that is great. Why should you give up your identity? It is we that want to get into something else. Yeah, you have the mic and stuff, man. Thanks.
So, I remember I was in a room a few days ago where someone said to them that this is your religion, that people take the laws into their own hands. Isn't it about time you guys reformed it? And he said, that if you reform Islam, is this still Islam? And this is not the first time they've said this. They've been saying this since, when was the Mutazilite clan? The Mutazilite, the enlightened guys, when they clashed with the Ulamas. I can't remember the dates now. Around the 800s. Oh, I'm even talking, no, the Mutazilites in today's Iran. Because there was a time when, sometimes you hear Muslims come and brag about how there was a time when they were leading the whole world in science, in mathematics and everything. Yes, that was actually true. There was a time when they were collating a whole lot of information from the people they'd conquered, like the Persians, they didn't conquer the Romans so well. They took part of Roman territory, but they got a lot of information from the Romans, from the Greeks. And they had a lot of these Arab philosophers that started studying these texts and started expanding on the knowledge. And from the expansion of that knowledge, a lot of them realized that a lot of this knowledge they were discovering was going against the Holy Book. So a kind of order, or like I don't want to say cult, but no, not a cult, but like an order formed in the Islamic world called the Mutazilites. And these guys, they went about saying that, yes, the Quran is a holy book, yes, but man cannot live by the Quran alone. You have to look to other texts, you have to look to nature, you have to observe. And At the time, the caliph, I think the 7th caliph of the Sultanate, the Sultanate at the time that covered the whole of the Saudi Peninsula and parts of Egypt, Egypt, Syria, all the way to, parts of Turkey as well. He liked the Mutazilites. He liked the progress they brought. And then eventually he died. But before he died, the old order conservative ulamas were trying to revolt. So he called kind of like an inquiry so that the Mutazilites would debate with the ulamas. In fact, he tried to ban the ulamas, but then he died before banning them. And one particular ulama, what's his name again? All this Ibn al something name. Can't remember, but this one was actually one of the descendants of Muhammad. He rose up and went against the inquiry that why they have to stick to the book, to the Quran. The new caliph maligned him, gulagged him, banished him, and for a while the society didn't mind. But the more they punished this guy, the more he held on to his religion that no, it must be by the book. And he started taking on martyr status. That was how eventually the whole, because I think, I can't remember the name of the town here. Oh, let me see if I can. Eventually the whole population of the city where he was, yes, I remember, yeah, I took some notes even. Basically, this guy, his name was Ibn Hanbal, yes. So eventually the caliph, the third caliph after the first one that didn't like him came. So that means he lived under 3 caliphs now. And this third caliph wasn't popular. And was desperately looking for something to find favor with to carry favor with the people. So he now he stumbled across the case of this Ibn Hanbal guy that was saying they must stick to the book. Now realized that the population was now actually seeing the guy as some sort of martyr. Now brought him back into the fold, banished the Mutazilites and their age of reasoning and knowledge. They actually even had another inquiry where they decided that the Mutazilites were, the book must not be touched. The Quran was eternal, not to be interpreted or innovated upon. Can you imagine? This was the ruling of the caliph. And the caliph is the overall, just like you have the Sultan of Sokoto. Back then, in fact, any caliph is the overarching ruler of the Muslim world. That's what ISIS was trying to create. They were trying to recreate a caliphate run by a caliph. So he decreed that the Quran was eternal as it was. It was not open to interpretation or innovation. Till today, that ruling still stands. Now, the ulama group that him and the caliph came up with this ruling, believe it or not, is from their teachings in the 18th century when another reformist movement tried springing up, is from there. In fact, they actually reformed and became the Wahhabis and Salafis you know today. You see this Wahhabi and Salafi that you see exporting terrorism everywhere. This is what that school of ulama that said you must stick to the book. This is what they became today. So when I hear people, we have to educate them, this is their world view. You have to accept that. If the Europeans couldn't educate them, so is it you that they actually see as their slave? Come off your high horse. Stop making yourself look stupid. Anyway, there's 10 minutes left. So let's even round it up and then we'll just open the floor up.
Between sort of the regions, but how much of what is happening in the rest of Africa should also worry us, and how much of it needs to be taken into account when we're sort of doing policy ourselves and putting things, plans in place?
So I've had the advantage of working at the African Union level for about 6 to 7 years. I did a lot of work with the African Union Commission on Development and Health Financing, engaging ministers, the ministerial conferences, finance, planning, economic development, health, gender, youth, and so forth like that. Speakers of parliament, the Pan-African Parliament, several heads of state summits,
Pan-Africanists.
So making presentations, data, arguments, suggestions, and things like that. I got fed up because it seemed reasonably clear that not all of them were taking it as seriously as they should. To be quite honest, I learned a lot, and I'm sure we all shared a lot of knowledge. But the 20 years or so I spent working outside Nigeria, at least 7 of those years were spent working in and around the African Union and its various organs. Now, the first thing is they are not paying attention to the human development indicators on a continental scale. And that is why extremists are picking up faster than the governments. That there are parts of Africa, especially in West Africa and the Sahel, where they can embed themselves and grow very rapidly. Once that happens, they link up across countries, the most vulnerable parts of countries. And my educated guess is that they would try and do what they did in Syria, what they tried to do in Syria and Iraq, which was to build their own interpretation of a state. They are going to try and do it across the Sahel and West Africa in the first instance.
Do we have a chance at all?
Well, the chance is that, so the same way that in Nigeria, when an emergency is declared, our president does not convene the Minister of Education and the 36 commissioners of education to say, guys, so the army, the police, air force will do their thing, but you guys, the commissioners for youth, education, gender, 36 of you in all the 36 states and Abuja. So it could be 72 people, it could be 140 people. We need you guys to come up with a plan to, one, stop this situation where girl children are used to reproduce a potential army for the bandits and extremists. This 300,000 classrooms that we need and 300,000 teachers, we need them built, trained, equipped in 2 or 3 years maximum.
When I hear 300,000 classrooms and 300,000 trained teachers built, equipped, and trained in 2 to 3 years. This is what we need. Okay. Well, for those that even think P2B, that's if he even enters first. If you think Tinubu will build you 300,000 classrooms and train you 300,000 teachers, man, please.
Who won't give the old man the idea? The old man, I'm very sure they will play him an end game with Atiku, but if eventually they let him in, he will be puppet. Can you see how Kano State governor is following him like where will you even see the money?
Exactly.
When he have not stolen the ones that he has, when he have not recovered the ones that used to lobby and
to dash delegates,
share the money and there is no hope. The black man is gone. Well, just you are gone, because me, I'm not seeing any. All this one we are doing is just to be where you want to take start. Where will you be? Even the leaders, the southern leaders, have lost consciousness. Nobody is like the northerners are doing. No one is deliberate. Everybody they just want to enter, carry their children, go UK, go to school, and that is good. And be spending money on top different girls. And look at Apapio. Apapio, as of 3 years ago, he doesn't sleep with 2
Wow.
Doesn't see you. They just come and bring text for you. Look at, they fucked that place up. You go to Akwa Ibom, there are things we don't want to start saying here. You understand? Now every average girl there wants to come outside and package so that he can meet politicians. Those are the things that are going on. Go across Lagos, Abuja, they are everywhere. Things are, see, there are deeper things that we know that we don't say here. For it not to cause, before that stupid hills, the Aqua Cross, they come here and start shouting and start not making noise. If we want to tell you how corrupt Nigeria is, there are some deep things you don't even imagine. Like you don't even imagine. How about the societal misfunction whereby nobody wants to go through due process? But why would you even go through due process? Does it pay? Does it pay?
Isba.
That is it. Go to Benin. What are people doing to survive?
Isba.
So many shit if we begin to tell you, yeah.
Let me even uncover one for them that's still going on. In fact, two that's still going on that many people, you can't even imagine is still going on in Nigeria today. You all know what a harem is. Harem. H-A-R-E-M. Harem. Is where an elite man packs several concubines that he's banging all of them. In the past, the Turkish were known to have harems with 800 women, 400 women. In fact, they used to have competition who had the biggest harem or harem. You call it, harem. Yeah. Now, in Nigeria, believe it or not, some of those northern elites are still controlling harems or harems. Remember the case of that, I think she was 12 or 13-year-old, that girl that was, our parents in Edo State couldn't find her. And then they found her in the north. And not just anywhere in the north, in the Emir's palace, Sanusi's palace. Sanusi. What was she doing there? Next thing, they brought out one man, one random guy, that she was his wife. So, okay, how did you marry her? How did you get her? Say somebody brought her to him. Okay, look at the parents. So I returned the girl back. No, we married her. Whoa, no, the big question is, okay, this random guy now that they brought, okay, you married this girl. What was she doing in Sanusi's palace? And then the second one, there was one time the Sultan of
the same Sanusi that will come out,
and they'll be saying,
come out and be preaching
girl child, preaching progress the girl child. The second one, the Sultan himself, the Oga, that one, he was doing one TV program like that. I think all sorts of people were even there, Dangote and some southern fools. And this guy was talking about how he doesn't understand why people are saying there's no unity in Nigeria. That there's unity. That people can live anywhere. That we should believe it or not. There is even Igbo man in his palace. I was like, Igbo man care. I can't remember. Obviously, this is like maybe two years ago. I can't remember the name of the program, but it's on YouTube. Channels TV. I was like, Igbo man care in his palace. He was like, yeah, there's an Igbo man in his palace that the guy is even over 100 years old. I just knew the guy was a eunuch. First of all, 100 years old. That means they must have captured him in the period when slave raids were still going on in Nigeria. Remember, even after Britain banned the slave raids in 1866, there were slaves, the Muslims in the north. Britain had to fight them to stop the slave trade. They were still doing it. And even after Britain fought them, it was still going on unofficial. I remember when I was a kid, when my grandparents took me to the farm, they wouldn't let any of us stray too far away from their sites in the farm for fear of being kidnapped. So I just knew, when he said the guy's age, I just knew this guy must have been carried in the 1920s or 30s when slavery was still. Remember, Saudi Arabia stopped their own slave trade in 1960. Emir of Kotangora, Britain had to fight this guy because Britain was now trying to stabilize the region for colonization and resource extraction. So they needed the destabilizing effects of the slave trade to stop. which the Muslims in North, it was intrinsic to their culture, so they couldn't stop. The Emir of Katangora said, he told Britain that for me to stop slaving is like asking a cat to stop mousing. That's what he told Britain. And they had to fight him. You know? So I just knew this guy, either they kidnapped him in the 20s or 30s, and for him to even be 100 years old, they must have turned him into a eunuch. They must have castrated him. Because that's what castration does. Castration actually adds a few more years to your life. Believe it or not. So, but you know, many of us don't realize, if you don't know what to look for, you won't even realize these things are still going on. Now, I don't know if they're still kidnapping young men to castrate them, but this one that they have now, as they said in this interview, the aim is to rebuild all the states they've invaded across the Sahel. Eventually, they will link up to create a new caliphate. Who is to say that this is not going to happen? Did they not do it in Iraq? And did you not see how they were killing people, chopping everything? Anyway, 7 more minutes. Let's even finish, and then
the youth skills, the vocational training.
Those who don't have the skills and can go to school, what are we going to do to rapidly scale up?
Yes, the vocational training we need.
Yeah, because now
the youth skills. Now,
I think now he's talking about the effects across Africa.
Commissioners of education to say, guys, so the army, the police, Air Force, we do their thing, but you guys, the commissioners for youth education, gender, 36 of you in all the 36 states and Abuja. So it could be 72 people, it could be 140 people. We need you guys to come up with a plan to, one, stop this situation where girl children are used to reproduce a potential army for the bandits and extremists. This 300,000 classrooms that we need and 300,000 teachers, we need them built, trained, equipped in 2 or 3 years maximum. The youth skills, the vocational training.
Those who don't have the skills and can go to school, what are we going to do to rapidly scale up?
Yes, the vocational training we need for the 60 million that can't read or write, because don't forget, for them, if we're talking of 200,000 to 300,000 classrooms for the kids out of school, for the adults that can't read or write, we are talking of about 1 million vocational classrooms for them. So that means a lot of investment in teaching, schools, and so forth, youth skills development, infrastructure to soak up the unemployment,
and how do we deal with issues around climate change?
Let me even clarify that. So, oh God, hey, oh man, the problem is even worse. So, on top of the 250,000 to 300,000 classrooms we need, plus the same number of teachers, 250,000 to 300,000 teachers we need. Did you hear him when he said 2 to 3 years max? On top of that, we also because we have 60 million adults with no skills, no employment, nothing. 60 million. We need, on top of the 300,000 classrooms, we also need 1 million vocational classrooms for the adults. Oh boy, water don't pass, Gary. Let's continue.
So let me just make one other point. So the same way our president is not doing that, it's the same way that at the AU or the ECOWAS level,
Pan-Africans,
because you see, when they call security summit around Lake Chad, they call the ministers of defense. They don't call the ministers of education, youth, gender, agriculture, environment, and so forth, and say, what is the solution on the 4 sides of Lake Chad? They call the ministers of defense. That's where the weakness to the solution is. If we change that, then Nigeria and Africa would have a better chance. There is the bigger problem.
You have still not answered my question.
which is
Do we stand a chance?
yes, I said Nigeria and Africa would have a better. Well, without that, there is no chance. Without that, there is no chance. People act like we don't know that empires and countries have collapsed in our lifetime. We are not talking of ancient Rome. Yugoslavia in the middle of Europe collapsed, and there was massive war in the place.
You can never have sense again.
If
after listening to this, you do not have sense, just forget it. This is one of, I have played videos, but this is one of the most explicit, the most contentious videos I've ever seen. Right? If after listening to this, you do not have sense, forget it. Sense is not meant for your children, for your generation. Sense is gone. It's not even debate. The guy is not, he's just telling you as in, listen to since we've been playing, everything was top notch. If after listening to this, you do not have sense, forget sense for your children and their children, to your own, your generation. In fact, sense is gone. Continue, my bro.
Before you continue, Isba, I want to quickly add to that. In addition to the fact that nations have collapsed in our lifetime, also United Nations Council for Indigenous People also projected last year that in the next 20 to 30 years, almost 100 indigenous languages will go into extinction. I repeat, in the next 20 to 30 years, 100 indigenous languages will go into extinction. I'll look for the article, I'll post it in the chat. Continue, Starman.
Thank you. Una here,
yeah, Starman. Let me, so 300,000 classrooms, right?
Yeah.
And then you need a similar number of teachers.
Yeah.
And at the moment, there are some 60 million adults without any job. Is that correct?
Yeah. And for the adults, we need 1 million classrooms for the adults, vocational classrooms.
Okay. Right. Okay. How many books do the children? How many books do the children need? I'm asking a question because I have a friend. She just built a library in Opobo. She built a library. One of these languages that you were mentioning that will go extinct. They're being taught by one of the elders who's teaching them the language. And she had books sent from America, books sent from the UK, books sent from people in the diaspora. How many books do they need? If everybody here gave some money every month, could we buy the books? Is it possible? I just asked the question and finish the video, then we discuss after.
Okay. Let's finish the video even.
Yes. And so forth. We've seen countries disappear in our lifetime. If the correct things are not done, my educated guess is that from, say, 2031 to 2050.
You think we have that much time left? I am not too
well,
sure.
because, like I said, states fail community by community. So it's not as if the whole country will, there won't be one big bang. It will be gradual. Yes, I mean, like in Democratic Republic of Congo, it didn't happen one day. It was gradual until Mobutu fled on the last plane. And after that, militias just took up different parts of the country.
And they're still there.
And they're still there.
There is the illusion of some sort of central.
Well, the last time I was there many years ago on an AU-related kind of thing, you couldn't go outside the capital without military escort. So maybe that's what will happen here in 20 or 30 years. So unless that is really taken into account, maybe in 50 years from now.
The thing is, that's already the case in places like Zamfara, though, because I just came back from there, and my reporting was not possible without security.
So state by state, community by community first, local government by local, state by state. That's how countries fail, and because the federal failure is what comes last.
There's so often an illusion.
There's an illusion, and they hold out. threatening that they will be finished, the new equipment, the new surge, look, 2 days before Kabul fell, the central government was still swearing it was never going to happen. President Biden said he does not anticipate that this will happen, and if at all it happens, it will take months or years. It happened in 2 weeks.
Did you guys hear?
Hours, actually,
Yes, in 20 or 30.
Pause the video there.
Yeah.
So I want to tell people again, go and watch the documentary of how terrorists took over in Afghanistan, right? So, like the man was saying, again, the president was even still saying a day before, right? When America offered him asylum, he said no, that they are in control of his country. The next day, people, he was on a flight out. He ran and left the country just within 24 hours, people. Starman, please continue.
Your leaders will lie to you till the very last microsecond. Go and look at what's going on in Sri Lanka today. You know. But yeah, let's go.
Have you seen the film? Starman, have you seen the film Don't Look Up?
Oh yeah,
Exactly
yeah, right.
the film.
Yeah, you guys should look for that film. Don't Look Up. Great. That's still my best film of this year. And I saw it in January. That's still my best.
Yes. So unless that is really taken into account, maybe in 50 years from now.
The thing is, that's already the case in places like Zamfara, though, because, I just came back from there, and my reporting was not possible without security.
So state by state, community by community first, local government by local, state by state, that's how countries fail. And because the federal failure is what comes last,
there's so often an illusion.
There's an illusion, and they hold out, threatening that they will be finished, the new equipment, the new surge, look, 2 days before Kabul fell, the central government was still swearing it was never going to happen. President Biden said he does not anticipate that this will happen, and if at all it happens, it will take months or years.
Yeah.
Annie Oti, I think we would like to hear your point. Why you think
you will never stumble. Please.
Hold on. We are here to have a conversation, and we also welcome divergent view, right? Annie Oti, please, I'm sending you an invitation to. We would like to air your view as regards to that, and why you think it is not correct.
I go even hear the debunking opinions. Let me just.
Sure. That's what we can't always have the same. So please come and let's have a conversation, please. Thank you. Go on.
Happened in 2 weeks.
Come up.
Literally hours, actually.
Yes.
If you consider it, as soon as they showed up, everybody just moved.
Yes. In fact, if you see the foreign minister for Afghanistan, the properly Western educated, very articulate, he was being cheeky on Al Jazeera. He said, "Oh no, we didn't take over Kabul. We turned up at the city gates and they all fled." So we had to step in.
He was mocking.
Yes, he said we had to step in to prevent looting and collapse of society. That's what he said with a straight face. So similarly here, look, you can see what's happening on the Abuja-Kaduna rail. You can see what's happening in Kaduna State, in Niger State, and it's really close to Abuja. I mean, how long? How long? So there are a lot of things that could come together very rapidly and tip Nigeria over. It won't happen, in my estimation, to scale for at least another 10 to 12 years. Whoever wins the elections, federal and most of the states in 2023, their second term will end in 2031.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't put in
Yes,
the work, essentially...
that will be the beginning of the end, more or less.
Mr. Rotimi Sankore, thank you so much for joining me on Quarter to 12 to explain these numbers, which are very, very significant and can actually tell us the future. Thank you so much for spending time with us. Thank you. You have been watching Quarter to 12, and I was speaking to Mr. Rotimi Sankore, a journalist and developmental expert, about our demography, about the numbers around child mortality, about maternal health, and how all of this really can give an indication of the state of the country and what we can expect when it comes to conflict. Thank you, and join us again next month for another edition of Quarter to
12. Starman,
there you have it.
This is fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for sharing this. This is we need that. So the question I asked was, how many books do we need to buy? How many books do the children need? That's just an open question, right? Just as an open question.
Well, I mean, yeah. Did someone saying something?
I said, who do you want to educate? Is it the South or the North? How many books you want to buy? I heard somebody asking the question.
I mean,
if the collapse is going to happen state by state, then the education has to take place local village by local village, state by state, right? However that happens.
The people that can help you educate them are influencers shouting BBC.
It's too late already. It's too late already.
Yeah, no, I get
He says so we need 2 to 3 years to build 300,000 classrooms. That's 100,000 classrooms a year, which costs money. On top of that, we need to train 100,000 teachers in 3 years, every year. So that's 300,000 teachers at least. Yeah? And then on top of that, the unemployed adults, who are probably a significant amount of them filling in this ranks of, the banditry, because they're unemployed, they're hungry. We need to somehow get them out of that, put them in school. Can you see that realistically, that's why I said it's too late. We can't do this in 3 years. Even Jesus Christ couldn't do it in 3 years. So at this stage, I don't even think anybody trying to build schools in Nigeria right now is doing anything significant. I think the best thing for Southerners right now is to be preparing for war, for conflict, war, because this problem has festered for 25 years. It became protracted. It's been protracted now for 13 years. And as we speak, they are already acting like an invading army. So let's stop talking about solutions that are so long that we distract ourselves from.
Do we have enough people to fight that? Do we have enough bodies? Literally, do we have enough people?
Okay.
To do the war? Let's go to that. Do we have enough people to fight that war?
Okay.
Let's start with that.
Okay. For 10 years now, for 10 years,
we're already at war.
For 10 years now, yeah, every day, if you go to the Nigerian papers or blogs, every day in Nigeria, today, 20 killed, tomorrow, 35 killed, next tomorrow, 100 killed, day after that, 100 kidnapped, 50 killed, day after that, 70 killed. And all these being killed are Middle Beltons, the Christians in Borno, people in southern Kaduna, and then people in Jos, Benue, Kogi, Niger State, and not even Yoruba land and Igbo land, and even the Niger Delta, even though those ones, they think they have political stake now. Every day for 10 years. And then suddenly when you hear that 30,000 IPOB members have been killed so far, 30,000 Igbo men, young men and boys, including women, have been killed so far. 350,000 in the north, 3.2 million internally displaced people. See, the longer we leave this, the more unbalanced we become, making it harder for us to even react. When I fight slow motion, which is what anyway, and we know they work with Britain, a war in slow motion. And because they understand that we in the South are so docile, they know they can get away with this fast. They've gotten away with it for 10 years. Central African Republic, as soon as they tried this, they did a coup. The next week, the youth with no weapons, just sticks and stones and machetes, drove away the Fulanized army that did the coup within a week. But us in Nigeria, too much education, too much Christianity. I'm so Christian. Oh, I can't kill anybody, even if they're coming to steal my land. No, I have to make heaven. I have to make heaven. You know, we're so educated that we're now so idealistic, talking about going to educate people that want to steal your land, want to kill you and take your land. You're so idealistic, you can't even see it. Instead, they are providing solution for them. Oh, we just need to educate you. Oh, God.
Yeah, Starman.
Yeah.
Starman.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, sorry, this is Mark. Listen, you made one point, but I just feel I need to explain reason for that point. They are killing people of the North Central. The Christians are the extreme north. There are some local governments in Katsina, in Zamfara, that when you get there, the dominant indigenous people are Christians. And these are the kind of people they are killing, as well as some Hausa Christians. It's for one reason. What is that reason? When you are working as a cult and you're preparing to wage a larger war, one thing a proper and smart military tacticians do is that they first of all annihilate anything they call enemy within.
Right. Thank you.
When they finish killing, when they finish killing this enemy within in the north, they can properly now wage massive war on the south. They have actually tested the south more than 5 times and they noticed that we are not ready. What happened in Owo? What happened in Enugu? What happened in Igogo? What happened in Sukan? What happened in Cross River? It's not a mistake. It's an intentional testing of the waters of the south. When I mean waters, the southern people and their environment, and they have noticed that we are not ready. That is just the reality. You do remember when they removed the Shah in Iran? It was, even up to 9 minutes, the Shah, I believe, is in charge until the Islamist pioneer by the Ayatollah took over. The same thing that happened in what's it called, in Afghanistan. So the framework is still the same. They have a master plan, and this plan is available in the open, and they are copying it, and it's working gradually. Sorry, are you the mic?
No worry, man.
The funny thing is that, you see, most of these people you try to tell and convince about this issue, they don't go. I think most of the people that have been addressing this issue are people that have a lot of interest in history, and they've connected the dots just like a plug. But the useful idiots, the intellectual terrorists from our outside of the world, rather than analyze the problem, they would keep shouting the political route. Let us be democratic. Let us not spew embers of war and all this kind of thing. See, me, I've come to that terms. I want them to deal with our people. Maybe if we retreat and kick them back, fine. But if we don't retreat, prosperity will judge. I want them to deal with that, because you see that level of intellectualism that they think they have. I want those people to deal with our people. Let them see, let them know that. I think if they learn from it, they will say never again. Because one thing is very constant that has always happened in every part of the world is that he who has monopoly of violence control the world.
Roger.
Yeah, I said he who has monopoly of violence controls the world.
Right.
Until our people understand that concept. I still said it in one room today. One person was telling me that I am trying to justify terrorism. I said, I mean, whatever way you want to translate it, you don't see the West supporting Azov. I'm not sure people even know this Azov. Starman. You know Azov.
I know Azov now.
A lot of our people don't even know. They just watch CNN. They just think all the people that wear ties, they are not intellectual terrorists themselves. Just anybody you see playing geopolitics wearing tie, trying to speak as if he's a nice person, go and check deep down. That person is an intellectual terrorist, a bad person.
They don't know what's going on.
Whenever there is any interest of resources and power, people will do anything to get it. And I'm not even sure. I think most of the northern elite, they've even lost it.
See, you see this? Yeah. You see this problem, that the northern politicians, they are using all these terrorists now.
I beg, who is this Annie lady that's just writing nonsense there? If you know you have anything to say, come out. He's writing, we should face people funding terrorism.
Come up, I beg. Make you come up for the show.
She just type your things that are annoying, extremely annoying. If you can't come out to come and counter argument, you are saying we should face people who are funding the terror.
Who is that?
You don't speak in English there.
Annie, and Adi. They're not going to come up and contribute.
You guys, if you want to come up, oh. Come and tell us why you.
If it's like me, I believe be man enough to make your submission, be man enough to make your point.
They just want to sound.
No, he has an opinion. Come up and share your opinion. If your opinion,
come and reveal yourself. Let us.
But you don't just stay there and just talk because you want to talk. Same thing for Annie. It is not that you just don't just talk for talking sake. We are talking about these are statistics that are real. These are people's lives that are at stake. When these northerners come up and tell you that they are going to take your land, they are already forecasting to the future. When they come to test your waters in Owo, when they go to Igogon, when they go to Enugu, when they are in your forest, do you ask yourself the common sense, what are they doing in your forest? Do you ask yourself how much it costs to buy an AK-47? Do you ask yourself the logistics of moving things around? What is chaos?
Guys,
say all these things. You still stay down there speaking English. Then swear for now with all this grammar.
1 second, guys.
Yeah. Go on.
Guys, well, this, we don't have a choice. There are people, even if they are confused in their confusion. Let's just try to listen to what they have to say. Let's try to just, don't insult them. They might be right, actually. We might be wrong, Listen to all those things. We might be wrong. So maybe they have a better solution. Maybe they have another perspective that they can help us.
Never have a solution.
True.
Wait, 1 second, guys. That is not how you work. Now they are saying that it's a result of rubber abuse and all those things. So, guys, let us listen to what they have to say. We might be wrong. I swear, we could be wrong. I swear, we could be wrong. You can say, what we are saying is fallacy. Let us listen to them. No, they are being that.
If by now at your age you don't know whether you're right or wrong, then what happened?
Right. Let me say something to you. Let me say something to you. Right? You see, some people need people. Not everybody will teach theory. Some people will pass theory, and you will find that they will go and feel practical. Some people will pass practical and go and fail theory. So right now, maybe we are failing the theory. You understand? Let us listen to what they have to say.
What don't say the practical? When
you calm down, babe. Calm down.
Let me ask you a question here, right? Please hear me out. Has anyone thought about the numbers of people being killed in Nigeria in terms of violence? I'm not talking about people who die in the hospital, who die of illness. I'm talking about real violence. Has anybody tried to compare the numbers with Syria, Yemen, Ukraine? And don't you people have sense of? I don't understand.
I'm telling you.
People are still talking. Your numbers are higher than Syria and Ukraine. The people who die on a yearly basis for this violence. And you're still talking about you're not in a war, you're this, you're that. I don't understand.
Because the last time when we did their room, I think they come out our comment.
The problem with them is that they keep shouting the leadership are the problem, the leaders are the problem, the leaders are why you people have not even gone anywhere to go and make research. The leaders are the problem, yes, we understand. But you people that cannot conceptualize and connect the dots, instead of you going to go and make your research, you just come here just because you have one master's degree in whatsoever business school or whatever to come and start. You will be using economic realities to analyze. It's more or less that you are using mathematics to solve sociological problem. It is really annoying. Sometimes when I look at numbers, look, I get what you 2 years ago, data came out about electricity. Do you know Nigeria's classification? Yemen, that really is in war, has better electricity delivery than Nigeria. Why is that we don't? You see, my problem here is that people just look at Lagos or look at Abuja and think that's the entirety of what the situation is for Nigerians. Look at the index. Look at all this. It's there, staring us in the face. Electricity index. Nigeria is in the same league. In fact, Yemen was higher than Nigeria. I saw it. Anything, point, is it, just look for any indices. People are talking about, she's saying we are treating it as a tribal issue. I think something is wrong with that game in the
I swear, after playing this video, I'm weak.
Current facts, current statistics,
and history. Sorry, let me just point to the guys in the comment section chatting their own. The link of, maybe you didn't catch the video from the beginning, but that's the link pinned up on the room. So go and watch it yourself properly.
They just want to argue. They will not watch it.
And you know the funny thing, this video is 6 months old, and only 28,000 people have watched it.
Okay, people who are saying,
Sorry?
Commodore, the guy who was a deputy head.
And when they happen, where they happen for other people, to lose their family. And these terrorists were killing them. And they think it's a joke. The same thing will happen to them. And then they will go, when they get to heaven, they will know that they will become an ancestor. So if they think all these things are just being made up, I'm not the ancestor. I will not talk to the female business. And they want to be
that was one of the biggest guys in the military, came out to talk. Buhari is giving people money. Nobody is asking. These people are fully, if you want the most foolish people in the world, useless people in the world, go to the head of military intelligence. Commodore Olakunle Olawumi came out on TV to tell you guys what was happening. That the government has people that are colluding with terrorists, that he has personally interviewed them, gave them these files.
He said some are in this government.
I don't understand Nigerians. I don't know the most stupid, the most useless and insensitive people in this world. Just go to southern part of Nigeria. You find them in millions. They are foolish, they are naive, they are insensitive.
No wonder they called us slave coast.
Even Malami came out. That they have seen 400 guys, 400 people they change. They have arrested 400 people they change. We don't know anything about that people they change up to today.
So
So guys, so we could do say we say we Satan, so we say they foolish among the world.
Yes, we are.
Now, so
I am not part of them because I am talking about the issue.
No, you are mad.
I am talking. I cannot.
No, you are mad because you realize late.
No.
When
you are a madman, you realize late. You are a very foolish boy.
No, when
make a point. We realize late.
Whether I am late or not, I have been talking about this for more than 2 years, and I can show you.
2 years. Let me.
No, it's not even. I said at least 2 years. I can tell you for a fact.
Okay, guys.
He was lost. Now he is fine. He is found.
Before Buhari came, I knew that the terrorism issue had on the underlying had an hidden agenda, and I knew about the socio-economic structure of the North as a feudalist state. And there's one thing always constant about any feudalist state: it destroyed by itself, and when it destroys, it either the relics of it is that it is going you are going to have war, you are going to have displaced people. Any empire that destroys, you see migration of people away from that particular. I mean, we had the same in Oyo Empire when they started attacking us. So all these useful idiots that know, most of them have already even jumped ourselves. And those one in Nigeria,
I swear, now waiting the vex me pass me that.
The funny thing is that it is those people that they've made to suffer under these guys of Nigeria. They are the ones that cannot run away. That will be the one to fight tooth and nail. I'm readily waiting. Those guys, any day they want. You see those speaking grammar, family will be part and parcel of people that they used to do shield. Because our people, so that they will never again.
Wait, guys, I beg. Give me 1 second. So with all these things now that have been said, do anybody need a roadmap to know how?
Shouting
wait, I will make a finish now. So with all these things now that have been said now, I want to ask a question, my people, because this question said on the text. So what is the roadmap on how we can actualize what we want? What is the roadmap with all these things we see?
Which roadmap?
We already have roadmap, but anything that happened after then, we are ready. Okay, because you know why they say this thing. The one Nigerian will tell us that we are abroad trying to cause chaos in the country, and the ones that are abroad say we talk say we are. They will say we call back Nigeria, go fight, and the ones abroad we talk say we there abroad. And we going to talk say that the remove people who don't believe say they are abroad, they talk better life. They tell me for Nigeria, see everything they all right, they remain. So where we it's no balance. In the face of it, talking about agree to disagree. More people. Okay, now with all these things that have been done, see the video we watch for over how many hours now. This is education. We people need to understand. See, you see, what we are saying is beyond roadmap. It is beyond what people are thinking. This is these people are looking for their own country. They don't get land all their life. We don't know where they come from, but they come from one small place. Now they are looking for their own state. They want to have their own country, just like the way people define country. Now, at the expense of you, either you give them what you have, or they take what belongs to you. And maybe you will go somewhere else and you just, you skate around the world and you start like maybe, now you can't get people who are going to tell you. Like the way we are going against these people. I'll give you an example. The way Nigerians are going against these people, what does this Somali people name? Somali, like, we say the devil, no say everywhere you do it. Anywhere you see it, we don't say it is next. You will see, Aduru place, the place. You don't say it is Somali people. That place you see them, just smell around. You see they do for the refugee camp. Anyway, just the smell. You will see refugee camp around there. So, it's either we fight, we get our country, or we could do charity. because they say charity begins at home. Maybe if we give them our charity from home, what we get, maybe that one could shoot off our body because some people they're right things. Every they don't already talk to themselves now. The whole government
want to argue.
Wait. I just want to answer what Ebia was saying. They already said that if we give them Ruga and we give them land, there will be no problem. And it is the truth because these people are migrating from Sahel. So what they need is land. So instead of them to give you, if you give them their land, it will reduce. It's just
Oga Shango is not true because once you give them Ruga in every area, in every part of Nigeria, it just makes the wiping out
job easier. No, because the move on you easier.
Because when the backing of
even if they are not going to talk this, even if they are not going to
you don't understand me.
Even if they are not going to
that piece will be a temporary piece, a very temporary piece.
Alagba, you don't understand me. You don't understand me. You misunderstood my point. I'm a Yoruba nationalist. My forefathers fought blood, sweat, tears for that land. So giving 1 inch of that land is already out of it. It is to the myopic people that cannot connect the dots. When you have people in your forest, in the southwest, in the southeast, and you see people coming to tell you that they want to take up your land and have access to the Atlantic, and these same people are intent on doing what they are doing, and you have your own government telling you that you should give up your land. So in one part of you, have the government saying, give up your land. And in another part, you have militia, killers, terrorists coming with arms and ammunition to come and invade your land. So what are you left to do? And you are not ready to give up your land. All you just left for you is to fight and draw the line. It is as simple as that. So whatever anybody is thinking that we know, even with the migration pattern of the drying of the Lake Chad Basin, all of these people from Mali, from Chad, they are coming inward. And because the north is so full of desert and the land is a dry land, they are trying to expand and get new land. This is like what Andre Umadu said. This is what migration pattern does. It is just simple. But because people in the south, they just don't want to sit down and they just want to ask themselves. They just want to talk for talking shit. And people like, and you speak, I'm sorry, you just speak ignorant. It's not about making a point. It's about reality on the table. And this is the fact. For me, no time, I don't give a damn about the north. We have to do what we have to do.
Nonsense.
Defend our line, defend our space, do whatever you ask for. Necessary to defend yourself and defend your land. Any other thing, you will be exterminated by these people. Because they are going to come and they are going to look for land. So there's nothing to, if you want to defend your land, fine. Any Yoruba man that don't want to defend his land and don't see the importance of defending, already any Yoruba man right now that doesn't see the importance of him thinking Yoruba first, he's just a slave, he's suffering from identity crisis. Because if you know who you are as a human being, you will try everything necessary to protect who you are. But when you can't defend who you are, what are you fighting for? You have nothing to fight for.
Tribalism.
Okay, guys, delicate. Let me say another thing again. Do you know that it takes a long time for people to understand that they are living or they are sharing a country with people who have conquest mindset?
Is that not a problem?
It's just foolishness.
Wait, make I tell you why. I'll tell you why. Now, it takes a long time for people to understand what we are saying. Now, I'll give you an example. Wait. Yeah, wait. Now, I'll tell you why. You know, like me, I tell you the only thing, when I give up on Nigeria was during that NSAS. And I have people here that have been saying this thing for before 2014, so they don't talk this thing. We have met them here. Now I believe in the country. Even if I did abroad, I still believe in the country. I didn't answer. When they kill people, right? They kill people. Now we now see as things are going on. Then we can understand. So this is a problem. But there are some people. I'm not talking about the 150 people abroad who they talk nonsense. I'm talking about those ones in Nigeria. There are some people who don't even genuinely don't even know that they are sharing country or they are sharing their own country or get shared passports with people who have conquest mindset towards them. That is the reason why you see, when we speak to some of our people at home sometimes, they don't go understand what's in the pill. They will just take us, okay, I sign petition, or I don't know what's in the that one mean.
You know,
and somebody was even saying we are minorities.
Yes, and I was so pissed when someone said that today. Not even that. He was saying that. He was saying something. They said something. He said this. He said, if the Yoruba nation get their, how would they build military? How would they build economic and all those? And then he said, a country like Benin can just go, if we have a good, maybe we have a natural resource that they want to come, they can just come and conquer us and kill everybody. Easy to kill every Yoruba person or conquer our land before we even come today now. Before we reach today, you know, people don't understand that for every Nigerian or every indigenous Nigerian today who involved in that geographical area of Nigeria, they have fought wars to preserve themselves today. But ever since the creation of Nigeria, people have now been reconquered systematically.
No, it's because they weaponize diplomacy for them. Diplomacy.
Wait, now I want to ask one question. Now, the question again to my brothers is this. Now, I have two questions. Now, if the northern part of Nigeria say they want to leave today, we won't fight. Will there be war? We won't fight them. That's number one. The second one is this. The second one is this. If we get our nation, does it simply means that we cannot survive? And we have, and people keep saying that South Sudan, they're comparing South Sudan and now they only use the compare. Now, if we have our nation today, does it simply mean that we will not have people who will be ready to join in the military, who will not be ready to join maybe even immigration and customs? Because people are saying that where would you want to have the money to finance all this? So this is my question to my intelligent brothers who are here.
They don't think all those questions are Momo question, I beg. They're very stupid questions. I've told people that they are trying to undermine our thinking capacity as if we never did such a thing in Western region. See, let me tell you, that was why I said people that don't want to do anything, they will look for a way to water down and ridicule whatever you are doing. That is why they'll be asking this common sense question. How would you say, like, you have a country like Lithuania that is not even more than 1 million. They have the economy, they have their political structure, they have everything. Lithuania, last year, go and check their population. Do they have double brain? I mean, you see, if I tell people that the effect of colonialism on our people is brutal, you think it's a joke. Like, we don't have a brain of our own to think that, well, yes, we can do this. But people they will just be projecting that negativity. You know, Nigeria has conditioned them that everything they do will be failure. Is the Nigeria conditioning? Like, over time, since maybe let's say 30 years, southwest part of Nigeria has always been the front runner of economic capacity in what, even if you go promote all those oil company money, they're still there. I don't understand how people think, because they've been Nigerianized, and you see people who are just, and the only reason why somebody be proud to be a Nigerian is just because of the international relevance we have, maybe through music or whatever. Anything that's happened, ask them why are you proud being a Nigerian?
Superficial things.
A slave identity. It's a slave identity, honestly, and nobody can argue that. I've never seen it anyway. It's a slave identity. Somebody just came, merged all of it together. Oh yeah, all of you be living as one. Gave Fulani the power to control resources. The Momo South, oh yeah, be fighting yourself. Fulani will hold political and economic power. That's the game. The South has the resources. The Fulani is the gatekeeper. All those shell, all those big companies where they do, or where they control our oil for southern part of Nigeria, they are representative of the British and all these Dutch oil companies. They just gave Fulani the power. They took your MPA, they put that for pocket. They took your FAN, Federal Airport Authority, they put that for your pocket. They took your NIMASA, they put
I beg, Mod, una fit comot this Bauchi guy with the right rubbish for here, I beg. When I check waiting, they recommend.
When we start pointing all these people, their only answer is we are tribalists, we are tribalists, we are tribalists. What should we for you?
The thing about
my own pain is the way that does in the south. After all, they will now come and say, Yoruba man and Igbo man, they are also there. Those are the willing collaborators. And those ones will not spare them when the time comes. They will run away anyways. They will run away. My pain is that the people that will suffer, because if this whole thing starts, the people they weaponize poverty are amongst them. They will be the one to wait. But you see those ones speaking English, those ones shouting, go and get your PVC, those Reno and Mr. Wakaro, they will not. I have a
Actually, I'm very curious to hear Annie speak. Annie, please, can you come up?
They will not come.
Annie, please come. Yeah.
It's very important I'm taking so to you so that we can understand. Just listen to this. It's like about 5 minutes. Very important.
Fulani's own Nigeria. Written by Osman Umar Sokoto, philosopher, teacher, and activist, 2022. We must make Nigeria a Fulani nation, and that's final. There is nothing anybody can do about it. When we said that Nigeria belongs to our father Ottoman Danfodio, it wasn't a joke. Haven't we told you that the oil in Bielsa and anywhere in Nigeria belongs to an oil in Between? It will be our father Ottoman Danfodio. It wasn't a joke. Haven't we told you that the oil in Bielsa and anywhere in Nigeria belongs to the Fulani? Are Fulani not in charge of every oil wells and oil companies in Nigeria? Who owns the oil in Lagos State? Dangote, of course. Didn't we tell you that Benue belongs to the Fulani by the right of conquest? Didn't the Fulani become Indogenes in Benue and Jos? Soon the Fulani will become governors in those places and our conquering of those places will become complete. Are you still listening to the ranting of that Governor Otton? He is just making noise, seeking sympathy, and fooling his people. He knows he got no balls. He knows he can do nothing. What did he do when we asked that they submit their weapons? Nothing. They submitted even when they knew that our foot soldiers, the Fulani headsmen, are still with their AK-47. They handed to us their double barrels and we kept our AK-47 and you say Fulani is not in charge. Are we not in charge? We laugh when people make noise. Let me ask you people, what did you do when we started showing you all the different faces of the president? What did you do when we took over the police, the army, immigration, custom, etc.? Did you cough? Is Fulani not in charge of all security segments? Security stink. You cough. What did you do when we took over the police, the army, immigration, custom, etc.? Did you cough? Is Fulani not in charge of all security segments? Is Fulani not DPOs and army chiefs in all your localities? What have your leaders done about it? Have you not seen headsmen killing people? Have you seen one headsman in police cell or prison? How many headsmen have they sentenced? Have you heard that army attacked headsmen camps? That Air Force bombed them or police responded when our Fulani headsmen came for attacks? What happened when we killed 300 in Agatu? What does that tell you? Is it not enough for Fed governments to declare state of emergency and fish out the killers? Government will only sympathize. What does the silence of your leaders tell you? They are our slaves. Both from the south-south, southeast, and west, everyone you call your leader is our slave. And before anyone joins them, he or she must agree to be our puppet. Do you wonder why a Bonny State governor still protects Fulani headsmen and kill his own people, even after our headsmen killed his own people? Are you surprised that former Governor Obiono has Maeti Ola representatives in his government? That's when Fulani headsmen under Maeti Ola are killing his people. We own them and they are our puppets. We can save and destroy them anytime. Can't you see what is happening in Imo State? What did your leaders do when we removed your elected governor and put a man that took fourth position? Did they cough? Ihidioha is foolish. For 1 year, we wanted him to start worshiping us, and he refused. He allowed IPOB to demonstrate without our soldiers killing them. Now he is a governor only inside his family house. Ho, 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 ho. Let me tell you the truth. You must worship the Fulani if you must rule your people in Nigeria. Our slave hope is doing a nice job. He has killed the SN commander and he is still killing. When we are done, you all will understand how powerful the Fulani is. We are master planners. Do you know the number of Fulani from West and North Africa that have become Nigerians in the past 20 years? Yeah. And with NIN registration, more will become Nigerians. Are Fulani not sacking villages and renaming them? What have you all done about it? When we declared no visa for Africans, we knew what we were doing. We will take over Nigeria and you all will not do anything. We opened our borders and allowed Fulani from West African countries to come in and we call it visa on arrival. If you cough, we imprison you, send you to exile or waste you. Yes, your leaders are our slaves. Is Tinubu not worshipping us? We promised him president and he started betraying his people. Let him come and be president, let us see. Are Tinubu and Osibeju not fighting now? It is part of Fulani agenda. The presidency is going back to the north. Wait and see how it will happen. That one in Rivers State called Governor Wike. That one is a big clown. He was bragging to be a hitman, claiming up and down that he loves his people. What did we do? We simply promised him the vice president position, gave him more chances to loot his people, and he went mad and started killing his people. He gave his own Abigbo women to our soldiers to rape and kill. We are not done with you guys. Those ones they call Ohanis is now ours. When last did you hear them talking? We bought them over a very long time ago. Whatever they say today is what we want. They are now a tool to further Fulani reign. They said that they can't be Islamized and Fulanized, but you can go to Enugu and Ebonyi State and you will understand what we have done. West, we are on top of the game. We have already taken Ilorin a long time ago. We have gradually taken lots of places. Didn't we send them to the Benin Republic as refugees? More and more to come. Where are their affairs? Where is Sunday Igboho? Where is Nnamdi Kanu? Where are the Yoruba Obas? Where are the human rights activists? They are all silenced and caged. The only obstacle along our way is that one calling himself Motsi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. But we will deal with them. We will use his own people to deal with him. And we have started already. Didn't we get his people to proscribe his group even when they killed no one? Didn't his governor support Operation Python Dance that helped us kill more than 300 of their own youths? If you doubt it, then tell one leader in Southeast that condemned the killing if not as stupid and useless Abarai. We have raised men among his people to write against him. We have successfully brought some people around him over using their own Eastern leaders. But in their foolishness, they never knew it was the Fulani that sent their own people to buy them over. Is his former ally and deputy not today against him? What did you think happened if not the power of the Fulani? We are getting closer and we got no much time. Quran must be dipped into the Atlantic Ocean. And that's final. Islam is spreading fast and many Christians are converting to Islam. Where are the pastors that can talk? They are after their own selfish interest. Nigeria is a Fulani inheritance. We planned this decades ago and we must actualize it. Presidency is going back to another Fulani man in PDP that will spend another 8 years. Wait and see as things unfold. Written by Osman Sokoto, philosopher, teacher and activist, 2022.
People are still arguing the recording. Somebody said that Yoruba or Igbo man did it. You see, Southerners will argue anything.
Annie,
Okay, guys, this is what I want. Just last night, I got this release
this release. Just last night, I got this release from the Fulani Nationality Movement. God.
Guys, 1 second, please. Who is talking? Who know who they talk about? Who know who they talk about? Who know who they talk now? Look, guys, listen to the voice again. Let me start again.
This release.
Edepo.
Last night, I got this release.
Now one, David Edepo.
Okay, guys, I want to start again from the beginning. Let me start.
From just last night, I got this release from the Fulani Nationality Movement, saying that God has given them this land.
At least they'll be able to hear their father
Have the right to live anywhere.
people.
And until the colony is established, there will be no resident. They are calling on all Fulanis across West Africa to come to Nigeria with arms for this holy war. When the prophet speaks, listen. Please listen. This was the community that came on the third. I never saw it. But God spoke to me.
Please, everybody, mute your mic, please. If you are not speaking, please mute your mic.
Well articulated. In fact, I heard them say that the cattle colony is the only solution to the crisis. Whether the federal government or state government accept or not, we have asked all Fulani herdsmen all over West Africa to move to Nigeria and penetrate every corner for the upcoming jihad. It's here. It's on the net. It's on the net. I saw it coming. 1992. I declared it 2022. I saw it coming. It took me 2 months. Ask the Lord, for the sake of the elect, scatter this gang of put them to silence. Let Nigeria have rest. Pray this prayer from the depth of your heart. No to bloodshed in Nigeria. Silence these enemies of peace.
Oh God.
Silence them forever.
Yeah, wait now, I beg.
They don't break the neck of the elephant. Thank you, Jesus. In Jesus' precious name. They said that the killings in Benue of Thief is well deserved. They stopped us from overrunning Nigeria in 1804, which is our God-given land. We are out on the revenge. Did you hear that? That's how much the devil hates the peace in Nigeria. But by your prayers and the prayers of the saints, the end has come to this uprising.
Yes, God of mercy. FBI, that 1804 was when you were happy to stop them then. Yes, now, but wait. Yeah, the music is a beg.
People are they carry, they come meeting now. Now they pay for this. They never sabi anything.
All right, guys. Now, this is a preaching from our very own, our father, as we. You know, if you listen to this thing, this man is a man of God. All you listen to him. Remain and meet my mic a bit. So, this man is a man of God who we Christian look up to. Obviously, we can't say he does not know what he's saying. We can't say he's stupid. We can't lie on him. This man has came out. Even just saying this alone, I think even if you don't see all the money for this lie or everything, just saying this alone, this is it's out there. You can see it. And this is to show you that okay, at least even this one he do. Okay. So now the question is, we, you, delegates, everybody, we have over 117 people listening to this man of God. Even if you don't believe the man of God, at least I think this one that is said will believe in it. So if you are there in the gulag and you want to talk, so obviously you see this man, you go shake out and you go bow your head, shaking this man. And if you lie, he will kill you. If you are there in the gulag, listen to what this man is saying. And if you see this man, you have a respect for him. If you see this man on the street, you prostrate or bend your head and load your hand to shake, to tap of the anointing, and you are saying what this man is saying is nonsense, then you are a fool. And you are not a fool, you are a glorified, foolish person. I'll tell you truth. So once again, this is a man of God that I just spoke. This is a man of God that we all bow. Listen again one more time.
Just last night, I got this release from Fulani Nationality Movement saying that God has given them this land, Nigeria, and that they have the right to live anywhere. And until the colony is established, there will be no rest in Nigeria.
Okay.
And they are calling on all Fulanis across West Africa to come to Nigeria with arms for this holy war. For this holy war. When a prophet speaks, listen. Please listen. This was a community that came on the thought. I never saw it. But God spoke to me. This came last night. Well articulated. In fact, I heard them say that the Tato colony is the only solution to the crisis. Whether the federal government or state government accept or not, we have asked all Fulani herdsmen all over West Africa to move to Nigeria and penetrate every corner for the upcoming jihad. See, it's on the left. It's on the left. I saw it coming. 1992. I declared it 2015. I saw it coming. Lift up your two hands. Ask the Lord, for the sake of the elect, scatter this gang up.
They said he saw it coming.
Put them to silence. Let Nigeria have rest. Lord, this prayer from the depth of your heart. No to bloodshed in Nigeria. Silence these enemies of peace and silence them forever. They no break the reality. Thank you, Jesus. In Jesus' precious name. They said that the killings in Benue of thieves is well deserved. They stopped us from overrunning Nigeria in 1804.
which is our God-given land, we are out on the revenge. Did you hear that? That's how much the devil hates the peace in Nigeria. But by your prayers and your prayers of the saints, the end has come to this uprising.
Okay, guys. So, make a comment something, right? I beg. Okay. So, they said the chief people deserve that stuff, right? That was when because now them they are that killed their master Usman Fodio was from the chief people as of then, and that is why they know they forget this thing, right? Now we read this out, right? Now we they forget this thing, and again, much of that one, the Jalomi War was where we sent them in back in the 1804 again. So they never forget, so they are back for their revenge. So even as they collect PVC, well, anyways, it's already trying to say now they kill your people.
So thank you very much. Again, everything I want to talk again is that it is so sad that our people this has been very painful. It is very, very painful. Very, very painful. But this is it. We are doing this not because of a choice of God, but because of I think they say many are called, few are chosen. Sometimes I don't think like a normal human being because of this problem. That is how I feel it. So now you guys, you can listen to what this man has to say. This is the pastor again saying this to us. People, I don't know why people just think that we hate Nigeria. See, I keep saying to you guys that I got applauded just by saying I'm a Nigerian. You're a Nigerian? Come. I didn't even go for an interview. I got there and if you want more, I don't align. And we're doing fine. I enjoyed being a Nigerian abroad. But when I say I am no more or I am not interested to be called a Nigerian again, there's no simple means I'm foolish. Now, this is one of the reasons why we are saying all this stuff. So you guys are just here. You'll be asking for one nonsense roadmap on how we actualize our new nation. You will see, they will just try, but they will fail. They will keep failing because of what? Now, I said something. I said ever since Nigeria was created, a lot of people have been contacted systematically. When you have your future in your hands, you will always win. You will determine what you want to use your future to. That is the reason why, you see, I said something. I don't know if you guys are listening to what I've been saying. I said, go and read the history of the Benue people. They dealt with these Fulani people when they came to invade them. They chased them out. They dealt with them mercilessly. But under one Nigeria right now, where they don't have future, they don't have their future in their hands. Now they are not having the guts to tell us that the killings of the genocide on the Benue people is what? What did they even call them again? What did the guy call them again? He said, what do you mean? Chief people. Chief people. No. It's well deserved it. Now, you will receive them from their conquest agenda down to your own space. Now, Nigeria is now made. Glory be to God. Right? Nigeria is made. And you think that nonsense chapter within the Bible, all things are new, all things are new, all things are passed away, all things are new. You think those history are passed away? Good luck with all of you guys. If you're not coming the right nonsense for a year, asking us roadmap, asking us how we actualize it, say how we are, go and ask the planning the roadmap on what they are doing. So it means that may not carry on a mic because some people will be here and they'll be asking useless questions, and there are people, they speak our language, they are brilliant like us, but sometimes they don't channel this their intelligence to something good. They channel their intelligence to asking nonsense questions. I shall not say, if all of us come together, both the team, both the Yoruba, the Sheki, the Kalabari, the Eagles, the Yorubas, the Edo, the Eduma, the Ibira, everybody, if you are not join hand, fight this thing, come on, you will end up in the McDonald's. I give the money.
Yeah.
Is it me or FBI?
No.
Yeah.
Wait.
People will define roadmap today, right? So Madam Olitigi they come Yoruba Nation today. So in our four WhatsApp say waiting be Yoruba Nation roadmap to answer in a way define roadmap.
You see, the thing with Southerners, we say you want to educate the North, but the North wants to take your land. Yeah.
Sorry, we're already on the way to. We're already on the road exiting Nigeria, and some people are still asking for roadmap. 5 million signatures that Yoruba signed. What is that one?
Well, see,
today the 1 year and where right? She will be here, and I know foolish people come and answer question, right? And I know the woman I have. She will give them what they want to hear. She will be here today. They will hear the good man.
Oh, my favorite question now for Southerners be say, so you want to educate the North, but they want to take your land. You're running around getting your PVC. Then they are moving guns into your land for themselves in truckloads. So who is the idiot? And as a Southerner, how do you think Fulani sees you? You know,
I have a breaking news.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm just reading a tweet from Bashir Ahmed. We all know who Bashir Ahmed is. Bashir Ahmed is the current, one of the aides, social media aides to the current president in Nigeria. So he just tweeted now, he said, do you know that Labour Party, and this is to my
obedient fools.
My gullibly obedient people. I won't want to use fools, right? So Bashir Ahmed just tweeted now. He said, do you know that Labour Party doesn't have an office in Kano, a state with over 5 million registered voters?
Yeah.
Not only that, the party doesn't have a single candidate in the whole 44 local government in the state. And the story is so familiar, very familiar, in at least 25 to 36 states and FCT.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Southerners love pipe dreams. This is the hate so much.
This is the hate to one of the aides to the current president. Is a very strong runner.
Upon this expo, they will still fuck up. This is expo now.
I'll read again. He said, do you know that Labour Party doesn't have any office in Kano, a state with over 5 million registered voters? So that means Labour Party doesn't have 5 million votes coming from Kano. So they already registered 5 million voters in Kano. That's what this guy is saying. And so a sure banker, I want people to play back the 2015 vote counting, the Orubebe saga, right? The time when Kano vote came in. Kano vote actually came in last. And if I could remember, I think it was 2 million then, now it's 5 million. From what this guy is saying. And he's also saying that not only that the party doesn't have a single candidate in the whole 44 local governments in the state. And the story is so very similar in at least 25 of the 36 states and FCT. So please, people, come and tell me, what magic do you guys have? I don't understand. Please go on, Stammer.
Not only does he need to win in terms of numbers outrightly, but he needs to win 25% of various areas, I think geopolitical zones in Nigeria. So even if somehow people in Lagos and in the southeast that want to vote him are larger than the numbers in the north, what about the percentages, the 25% in every geopolitical zone? So Southerners just love to hang on to some stupid election dreams I don't understand.
Alagba, they are busy creating Twitter handles using northern names, claiming that those ones are supporting Peter Obi. That's what they are doing on Twitter.
Yeah, it's obvious because I don't see any northern and any core northern and would do something like that.
Even those the 80 million Anumanjuris. How will they defeat those 80 million Anumanjuris?
You see, the thing about I've been trying to say this is the thing about one Nigerianist is that they hate facts, they hate history, they hate empirical evidences. What they love is just sell them the idea of, oh, we can do it, as in motivational talks that, okay, we are going through this, okay, let's come together and vote out the bad leaders. Those kind of wishy-washy things that mean nothing in the actual scope of things. You understand? So I get angry a lot. You see people like this Annie that was chatting nonsense. Come up and talk.
Is she still there? I beg. Anybody see Annie for any room? I beg. Can't call me. I beg, please.
I don't think she is, but they will never. So most of the, like the other day, I heard one. What room was I in? One was asking whether someone wanted self-determination or referendum, as if they were two completely different ideas. So the level at which these guys think is even an Aboki that is shining shoe doesn't think like that. An Aboki understands what he wants and he understands how to go about it. He understands the advantage that they have as a northern bloc. But the southerner doesn't understand that he is in an imbalanced relationship. He doesn't understand that he's in a parasitic union. He doesn't understand that why he is trying to study or he's looking for a house to get before he gets married. Some guys somewhere is just knocking all he can knock to produce children that will come and be a threat to his own life and the life of his own children when he gets them. So also you see that people who say they want one Nigeria, why you not the Jackpa? If Nigeria good like that, and if you believe like that, why you the Jackpa? Why you no go just dey the country? May all of us there make it work as we dey. Why you dey run? So these guys don't like facts. They don't like history. The other day, one was saying, I was talking about what the Fulanis were doing in the 1800s. And one was saying in the chat that, why am I bringing something of olden days? Why am I bringing something that has passed? I say, these guys might be our greatest undoing, not even the terrorists that are coming down south, but these idiots in the south that are not allowing us to come together in terms of having a coherent reason to fight off this nonsense and to split out of this contraption. They're just disturbing us. As in
they're the ones delaying us. They are delaying us.
Honestly,
one of my friends, when they are in this Dallas, Texas, they get to own business everything. My guy don't go back like Nigeria today. In 17 days for Lagos, then he don't fly go east, so he won't go collect the TV. They talk about it. Okay.
Think tank. Those people you shared me, are they Fulanis too in Kenya or think tank? Are you there? Think tank. There's these people. Starman, do you know of these people in Tanzania?
No, sorry, Rotimi, I'm actually in a meeting. Yes. They're actually Maasai.
The people running are they owner of the land?
No, see, they are saying that the Kenyan Maasai the Kenyan Maasai invaded Tanzania. So the Tanzanian government is going after them. But the Maasais are in Tanzania and they are in Kenya. They are just going to visit their brothers in Tanzania and they want to kick them out. If you get what I mean. It's the same with colonial borders. All these colonial borders that they built. You understand?
So the people running are those people running are also indigenous to those places.
Yes, but you know they spread across Tanzania and Kenya. So it's the Kenyan government, Tanzanian government that is now using soldiers to pursue them with their cattle.
But they should, for now, I don't. I mean, that's the same complaint we are having. I don't know. In fact,
wait. The delegate, if your brothers from Benin come and visit in Yoruba land, will you allow Nigerian soldiers to come and shoot them?
No, in this kind of scenario, we find ourselves no, because the Fulanis too are coming in.
That's it now.
They don't want to take chances now. They don't want to take chances, make begin happen for that side too. That's what we are saying.
Well, can you see where European borders, the conflict they are causing, where you split an ethnic group into two, and now there are brothers on this border. Now there are brothers on this side, brothers on that side, and there is an imaginary line dividing them. So much so that if some brothers cross, they can abuse rights.
A lot of people in Benin Republic now. That there is one place they used to call this K2. No, there's this place they used to I Toro also. There's where they used to call I Toro that bounds Oyo State and Benin Republic after it's saying area. All those places they used to kill a lot of our people there. When when Sunday go to was also used to bring stuff from all those areas. Nigerian government will kill them, but they don't kill Shaki. They'll be bringing cow and rice, or they'll be bringing cow and cash crop from other part of Nigeria and Chad, but they will not kill them. I even heard that the border, Nigeria border, and it's just wood that cross it like this.
You see, well, those videos FBI was playing. One thing.
Read Safu's comments about that issue. In the Safu understand what's going on in that Tanzania.
Safu on Clubhouse.
Check the backroom chat.
Check the chat.
Yeah, those videos FBI was playing. You see, those videos, as he was playing it, I was remembering, yes, so Pastor Yedipo even said this thing. I saw those videos. And as I was thinking about it, I was like, okay, I forgot this video. But somehow I still remember the message. Does it mean that most average Nigerians, they watch the video, they forget the message? Because if we're still shouting for people to wake up, because I remember this Pastor Yedipo's video went viral that time. And then they shut him up. He started making some funny statements after. So if that his message went viral that time, and today things have gotten worse, does it mean that people can't connect the dots?
They forget easily.
One thing I've noticed about Nigeria, okay, now you see here in the UK, every night when you watch the news, there's always one, the beginning of the news where the music boom, 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 like the world is going to end. There's always one headline news, like one gang news. That's in UK. There's always one, and then after that, they'll now break down all the other little news, and then regional news, and then some sports news. But what I've noticed in Nigeria is every day there's five. There's five, as in they killed 10 in Borno, they killed 13. So exactly, after a while, it becomes overwhelming. It's too much to retain all that bad information. So I think Nigerians, apart from the bad education, a lot of us are now psychologically traumatized by bad news. On top of the headline news. There's the videos flowing on WhatsApp because some of those videos can't even make headline news. Do you know how many Nigerians have told me to stop sending? Hey, Southerners, they're playing off street. Do you know how many of them have told to stop sending me those videos because they don't see what's going on? And what can you do? Because they will just block you now, Abby. Your friends who, I mean, at the same time, it's just like sending someone porn and they say stop sending it. You're asking for trouble. Nigerians, they don't even want to know what's going on.
You're being negative. Don't be negative. Be positive.
Exactly. Exactly.
Nigeria can work.
See, you need to go to my old. You need to go to my old school WhatsApp group. Jesus Christ, it's like these guys are on a different planet. As in, hey, as in these guys. And when I listen to these guys, I'm like, all their parents money misroad, all of them, as in all these children, all the children of this money, all of them. One time, one of the few way head still correct was complaining about how bad things were in the country and how despondent the leaders were. And then one of the lost ones just came and says, just saying, don't worry, that obviously, maybe they feel, now them go good school now, so now them be elite. That all you need to do is just focus on your industry and develop it, get into politics, and will be captains of industry. I was just reading the comment thinking, see this fool, the war is coming, you're here talking about captain of industry. When people like MC Oluomo are going to even be there.
I want to say something. There's a guy trying to say that he wants to donate 1,000 drones to cover up as much as polling units as possible on the election day to provide the Peter Obi campaign organization as the rig he could cover you for live electronic evidence. The guy is, I hope and pray they will not come for his business anyway in his place. The guy is, I think the guy is named Joseph. He has businesses in Abuja, Kano, Dubai, Accra. He cannot disclose his identity. They will even catch him and they will look at his name because people don't even want Nigeria to work. Those politicians.
What did the camera do for NSAS?
Okay, Starman, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should be rounding up, right?
Yeah, I mean, the message is out there.
You can host the room. You can host room for 78 hours or even 200 hours.
No. No,
because why I'm saying this is there's an ongoing room by Yoruba Nation. Is June 12th, and you know what June 12th.
Right.
June 12th evolves around one of their brother.
Yes.
That was sacrificed in the altar of the one Nigeria. And the wife of Abiola is also present with them.
Right.
You understand?
Right. Okay.
And she's been championing I think we need to join them. So I will be as I'm pinning the link, then you can just, start rounding up so we can join them then. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we've played the video. The message is out there. I mean, everybody, the link was up in the chat.
Please, who was in the room when Are was just talking rubbish today? Who was there?
What was he saying?
Who was in that room?
I wasn't in the room. What was he saying?
The guy was just saying also, I'm not saying you don't have Yoruba Nation, but the way the guy was good at talking trash.
Tell us what he said now. What is the room? Let us go and listen to the room.
It's been a while. It was a while back now. It was talking about being a Lagosian and to me, it's just like if you live in New York, say like New York, it doesn't mean you own the land. That you can't be a Lagosian. Who says you can't be a Lagosian if you live there all your life? It doesn't mean you own. It doesn't mean that you are claiming authority over anything there. It doesn't literally mean that. It's just a word to describe you, that's where you reside and you're part of the society. That's what it is.
Well, was this on the day Evaristos was talking some nonsense? Evaristos and Basbos.
Today, I'm trying to remember these things they also said. He said stuff about what was it again? Oh my goodness, let this thing come to my head now. I just know like there's so many things this guy was saying, really, literally. I just felt this guy was out of points.
Okay, Pato, please, we wouldn't, we're almost rounding up. Maybe some other time we can attend to that. The replay is on for this beautiful conversation. I will implore you all to click on this link. It will take you straight.
I'm only trying to say what Arab was saying. Please don't get me wrong. Don't say I'm
it's okay. It's okay.
No, but
that guy. It's not in line with our
opinion. What is he saying?
Yeah, it's okay, but it's just not in line with our topic today, right? So, but some other time we will try to look into that, and definitely, yeah. So today is very important for even the self-determination. They are doing their democracy day. You understand? And the wife of Abiola that was robbed and is also championing the self-determination will be present in Yoruba Nation. We've had this room since morning. I think you guys need to join us there. I also will be there. It will be eye-opener for those especially that are saying, how are you going to now? We are also going to deliberate on the election, forthcoming election. What is it? What are we to look out for? So please follow the club. This is only where you come to, refine your knowledge, not all these stupid boys platform. Like, I don't know how to describe those guys. Nobody is subject to, research. Nobody does anything. Nobody plays it. They just come, give let me talk, my opinion, all those dead things. So, Starman, please, you can round up and then we close the room. If you want to find the Yoruba Nation room, just click on this link and pin. It will take you straight to the room. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll leave you guys by saying this. We were just talking about.
I think if I to come up, maybe if I made the submission.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Let some one or two people.
So sorry. It's a gotten call.
And
what about Victor?
Victor and Olaido. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Oh, you would have told me now.
Sorry. Yeah. Any of you that's there, please just make a contribution, please. Victor, are you there? If are you there? If you're up, please go ahead. Say you can have the floor. If we can't hear you.
Maybe you should go out and come back.
Yeah, maybe go out and come back in. Victor, you're off your mic.
Yeah, hello, good evening all. I think the moderators and all persons that have spoken have been with you guys, I think, since you moved from the other room. And I think a lot of things have been said. It's just that I was thinking everyone would have allowed me when I raised my hand to make my contributions. But I think one of the speakers has spoken severally. One of the speakers has continually said that there's a roadmap already in place. I come maybe from the south side and of the country, and what has been shared, the underlying theme of the discourse, I think is shared by a lot of at least non-Fulani Nigerians, ethnic Nigerians. But there's really been no, because if you want to say about militancy and persons who do not like the status quo as it were, you wouldn't say the South Side has chickened out. Yes, we may not have had a common front, and because of the disalignment somewhat between the South Side and maybe the Southeast as as a block to be able to push the narrative that I perceive is what a lot of the persons here who want self-determination or what not have tried to highlight. But I think in clear terms, we need to also say that there's a silent majority here. The people, it's not that people do not know or people are afraid or people are docile. Yes, I come from a military background somewhat. I grew up, I was born in the north. My father was a senior person in the military, and I myself went to military school. So I had seen all of this going down many years ago. I remember 2000 and when I narrowly escaped death when they had that Kaduna crisis in 2001 or so, and came down south. I had to leave a postgraduate course I was doing in one of the school universities there in Kaduna, and I swore never to go back to the north. So all that has been said so far, I came back here and I told a lot of my people back then that I foresaw this day, what's happening in the last 3, 4, 5, 6 years, or the last, since we came back to democracy and so, I think I had said early on 2001, 2002. But I think what I have not heard people say over, across board, especially those that have continually lambasted people from the south side for being docile and trying to always speak for one Nigeria and all that. A roadmap. Yes, someone said that in a roadmap for the West, Southwest is 5,000 or 5 million persons having signed out or signed up a petition, to the United Nations. What if, because short of wanting to say, okay, pick up arms, because I think that's, if we hear that clearly and to that, I think it will make more sense than, just what I perceive people have said across board, just rabble-rousing. Nobody seems to want to, we are avoiding the what they call it, the elephant, they call it elephant in the room or something in the China shop. That the only way that this, to a treacherous man, the only language he understands is treachery. And we cannot say otherwise, there's no other word or no other term to use to define what is playing out now. But it would, short of having to say, okay, pick up arms and go, but we will need to have to say something that is very categorical and not just to indict persons, because in the end, people don't know so much. I think a lot of persons on this forum have said that, in clear terms. The Southern man, beyond having gone to school, educated, maybe the first line education, after the first degree or something, doesn't go further than that. They don't understand geopolitics. I've been somebody who has had to understand geopolitics globally. And I could say, and I think one or two persons have said here convincingly, and, that it's a matter of 10 years at the minimum, or at the max, rather. This place will overrun if we continue to follow this trajectory of just wait and see, wait and know. I, for one, do not believe that this PVC crusade will change anything, the underlying, theme or the underlying issues on ground. But we need to be more, maybe definitive in the cry, in the clarion call, we are trying to make out, the clarion call we're trying to send out there to those who are still sleeping in other parts of in the southern part of the body, wake up, and people may need to be led. To that extent, so it's not something that we should just close, and just, insult persons and all of that. They don't know any better. Many of you, maybe even speaking of all these things, agitations, are maybe comfortably outside the country. Okay, so if somebody was to say, okay, if push comes to shove, and people say, okay, let us go with what it is we perceive is being said. What level of support can persons bring in from every other place? If the handshake goes beyond the elbow. I might be speaking in parables, but I think we all do understand what I'm trying to highlight, because all I've seen here is just insults, abuse. The people inside sleeping, they don't worry. Somebody has said here on this platform that is looking forward to when the people suffer. Fine. I think a lot of people have come to resign it that what will be, But if you are as passionate as wanting to, remembering that you come from a place that will become extinct in no in short time, in a very short while, then you should be able to, having had a better, for many of you that I've heard you speak, having had a better world view of how these things can be better done. I don't know whether diplomacy can work at this juncture. I have my doubts. Okay, the other one is you want us to do a frontal engagement with the powers that be, or you think a guerrilla approach to it. Somebody needs to come out and spell this roadmap categorically. Let us not say you need to, we're not clairvoyants that you can imagine it and just say, okay, I read your minds and all of that. Because I know a lot of people are trying to say one or two things, but nobody wants to be held. And that to me is as cowardly as the other persons who have chosen to act the ostrich too. Hiding their heads from you. You have seen the problems, you've identified problems, you've seen the shortcomings or the lack of approach, of your people or the people from the south. So why don't you bear the cat, take up the gauntlet and and speak to people. I think at this juncture, I beg to yield the mic and allow some other person to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Just before you start speaking, Victor, I was literally going to say that based on the videos FBI played earlier, we Southerners seem to be very good at forgetting. But that I wanted to leave us with a message that we were not going to forget. And if we forget this, then we must really be asking for what's coming, which is, Southerners, something for you not to forget. Go and start preparing your mind, your body, your everything, your family, everything for war. Talk to your family, talk to your friends. If they don't want to hear it, find a way to make them hear it. But it's coming. And this is not the first time I've said this on this app. Me, I am not scared. If anything, yeah. I mean, when people cuss each other out, sometimes I understand it's frustrating. It's frustration, especially when people come and say the dumbest things or make the dumbest arguments. And you can't help but cuss them out because that's probably not the first time you've heard that argument. You've heard it 10 to 100 times. And you're thinking, what kind of people think or reason like this? So it becomes frustrating. And I think when you hear people like, I don't know, me or Hisba talking and it sounds like they're insulting people, if you're not triggered by it, you're on the same page with whoever is talking. You understand what's going on. But if you're triggered by it, that means you're still not getting the message. You're still looking at the messenger. And no, Victor, I'm not directing that at you. I'm just saying, like, because this is what I saw happen with Nnamdi Kanu. A lot of people are attacking. Oh, instead of listening to what he's saying, he abuses people too much. But that Nnamdi Kanu, what he did, I see it as tough love. He had to be. I mean, we're in a very serious situation. You can't be nannying everybody. Oh, try and understand. Go and think about it. You have to tell people you're being stupid here because they actually are being stupid. So, as we've decided to round up the room, I just thought, Ifa is back. Ifa, please, did you want to say something?
No, I don't really have anything to say.
Sorry, Ifa, just a minute. Okay, sorry. Starman, it's like tapping somebody very hard who is drowsy and in between subconscious and the subconscious state and sleep. That's what we're doing. We are quickly trying to rouse people up to wake up and smell the coffee.
Yes.
You understand? It may come off as being very tough and being very brash, but it's a consequence of the situation, which is very dire.
Yes.
Right now, I listened to Victor speak, and the roadmap. I mean, when you are in danger, what exact roadmap do we expect? I know we're very intellectual in the South. I can understand where everybody wants to know. Okay, where are we going to at the end of the day? But the fundamental thing now is self-preservation. We want to defend ourselves. We want to ensure that, security. Let's even start with that roadmap first. How do we not lose our villages to these invading marauders from the Sahel? First, that's even the basic one. Then, going forward, how do we assert our sovereignty? How do we get to that point where there will be some form of more autonomy for us? One way to go is to start demanding for more autonomy, and also, start demanding for, the need for us to have our own sovereign state. It's very direct. The roadmap will come when we get to that point. In South Sudan, they fought through civil wars to actually, there was a kinetic aspect of it. But in Nigeria, it may not necessarily happen. We may be able to, with just enough, mass revolts, be able to get to that point where we can, because Nigeria's, if the southern Nigeria potentially goes into conflict, there's an implication across the West. First of all, the immediate area that will be affected is West Africa. Then also the refugee crisis that will also hit Western capitals eventually. A mass revolt will get us somewhere faster. It may bring in the attention of the international community faster. One mass revolt that we did in southern Nigeria was just 2 years ago. The NSAS protest was a mass revolt. It's possible again. But the thing is, these guys know that they don't want to rile us up to that point where we'll go into a mass revolt. So what they are doing is slow genocide. They will just hit and run, do it, calm down, stay for, and this is what we don't want. And this is what is making southern Nigerians deluded about PBC, thinking that by going to vote that, it will fix the problem. You understand? So this transition will, at some point there'll be a transition. We'll have more autonomy. Then from there, we will proceed to the question, getting a plebiscite done, whether we want to remain. But I think what will actually ignite that is a mass revolt. How it will happen, I'm not sure. But we had one 2 years ago, so it's possible. You understand? But we need to start addressing our security at the local level. We must not lose our villages. Anytime these guys invade any villages, we must not allow them to remain in those villages. If they start driving people out in southern Nigeria, out of village, we must quickly organize to kick them out. We must not allow them settle down anywhere in the southern Nigeria. And this can happen if we start having these conversations across regional boundaries. Southwest, south, and the southeast. And this is just one way we can do it. And people should stop thinking that for those of us who are in the southeast who are a bit more intended to defend our homelands, that we are being aggressive, or that we want to cause war. It's just a function of self-defense. We just want to defend our lands. Other Southerners should stop antagonizing us and get ready to face the same music, because these guys will come eventually. That's what we're talking about. I'll just leave it there for now.
Okay. Yeah, before we round up, because we have to move to the other room now. Even I don't know if Isaac wanted to say anything. Have you? You came in with your points that you made earlier. I don't know if you're still sticking by your guns, or maybe you see things differently now. And if you wanted to say something quickly, and then we can just round up. Okay. Exo, thanks for helping with the moderation. I don't know if you wanted to say something yourself.
Well, I think I actually did a lot while in the chat room, but I just want to encourage everyone not to give up. And we should understand that this is real. and this has come to stay. So we need to fight for ourselves. And we can only do that if we all have the same understanding as Southerners, have the same agenda, and stop tearing each other apart. People that still want to go and vote, fine. They are free to go and vote, because the truth is that we cannot get everybody to believe in what to believe in. But as we've been arguing in the past few days, when their eyes clear, everybody go reset in mind. So till then, we that we are the self-determination side will continue meeting, continue doing what we can do, and sensitizing. I was speaking to my brother a few minutes ago, and I just mentioned a few people that we know. People don't know. In reality, let us call a spade a spade. In the communities, people do not understand what is happening. People do not know what is happening. Until I came on Clubhouse in September, I had no idea of this grand scheme. So we still need people to understand that a lot of things don't happen coincidentally. This is a planned, a planned work. There's an agenda going on. People don't know reality. So when we can only blame ourselves on this app because we are exposed to this truth and we are still trying to play around it. But there's a lot of people, the people that really matter in the communities, they are not aware of anything. So if we can do ourselves that favor to ensure that people have this understanding on what is happening and what will happen, I think it will further our cause. Have a lovely evening, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Exo. Thank you very much, my sister. Exactly, you're right. A lot of people in the rural areas, a lot of them don't even understand English, talk less of knowing what constitution is or what's going on. A lot of them don't even what's DSTV in village. So a lot of them don't even know there's anything called Channels TV. So yeah, but at this stage we need to start going beyond talking and start coming up with even strategies. Make short viral videos that can go viral on WhatsApp, because WhatsApp is probably the only type of information that can get to people in villages. Make it in your language.
Nice idea, Starman. Very nice idea.
Thank you. A 5-minute video in your language with pictures of what's going on. Make it make it, and maybe put a title as well at the front of the video so that people know exactly what it is. Don't forget to put share. It's up to you if you put like or whatever, but yeah, at least remind them to share, and then put it or push it on WhatsApp. Sometimes these videos, they go viral, especially if you're in a group. You share in a group. All the people in that group, they share to their at least even if you get half the people in that group to share to their, you see how it's spreading. So we need to just find ways. We need to start using our brains now. Even Twitter, the people in village don't have Twitter. The Nigeria does not have a centralized media. The only type of media that can possibly reach as many Nigerians as possible in all the nooks and crannies is WhatsApp. So we're going to convene again. Alagba, Kola, my guy, thank you very much. Victor, thank you. I mean, I think I heard what you said, and we're not knocking you at all. At least we know you're awake. Exo again, thank you. Thank you. Isaac, I was calling you earlier, but I didn't hear anything. And to everybody else.
Oh, sorry, I was busy.
Oh, okay. Did you hear what I said?
I just came back online now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was asking if the breakdown you've heard has maybe reinformed your opinions, or you're still sticking to your opinions.
Oh yeah, listening to everybody, like what the points have been made, yeah, it's, to some level, yeah. The point is that we know that there's no peace right now, and there's a whole lot to lose. But like as somebody said in the group chat, was it Val? I think he was saying, well, what's the solution? Which was what I was trying to pinpoint at first, but I didn't put it the right way, because like everybody is just always like coming from his own angle. But I mean, what's the way forward? We found ourselves here, okay, so yeah. And it's been nice listening to everybody's opinion and knowing the condition in which Nigeria is as a whole right now. So let's see how it goes.
Sorry if we came for you, but I'm sure you'll understand. I mean, this has been going on for years now, so a lot of us are frustrated with the situation. But
No, I understand. I really respect what you said, and a couple of there was this guy Shangidi too. Although when it first I was looking somehow, but yeah, I at some point I was listening to what we were saying. Okay, yeah, there was a lot of facts from what we were saying, but sometimes when you want to make a point, you don't need to press down. If you are talking to an intellectual, I feel even though the person doesn't agree with you, at some point, if the person is listening to you, which is what I was doing for the past 1 hour, I've listened to everybody. So some people back in the group chat were just all just shouting at me. And they're not even among the people talking. So I feel sometimes if you want to make your point and you're trying to make a move or lead something, you should try to talk intellectual, like what you were saying and what some other speakers were saying. Just make your point. And I feel anybody that's an intellectual will listen to you and be like, wow, okay, I think I'm seeing it from this angle, not just cursing and saying this thing. Make your point, then the only dumb person that will be like, oh no, or someone that's just tribalistic or biased that will just refuse to see an intellectual stuff when it's clear in his face that. So yeah.
Okay.
So, Isaac, sorry, if I could chime in. The takeaway I think you can have from this room is that, first of all, we need to understand the current threat. Yeah, the threat that we've had for a long time. We need to understand the fact that these guys who are enemies are in control of very critical sectors, very critical areas, whether it's defense, whether it's finance, whether it's immigration, whether it's even election, whatever it is that is critical, these guys control it. And
I said earlier, okay, okay. It's good that you're the type guy. Your skills very necessary. I'm one of the few, like I said earlier, on Clubhouse, that is not shy of saying how it is. I don't know which was when I said people should go and prepare for war. You should go and prepare your mind and body for war. Now, the reason why we're still saying awareness now is because there's even no awareness, as we're saying. Many people basically know what's coming, many people continue to use in denial of what's coming. So, without them being aware, there's really no preparation. Now, those of us that are educated and have access to this information, it's really our duty to spread this information. If you think it's for you to just listen and then care about your business, somehow everybody will hear it, you're doing a disservice to your people. It's your duty to take this information and spread it far and wide. Actively, you have to become an evangelist. You know, like how pastor will wake up and go and just going around, prophet going around evangelizing. This is how you have to do. Don't wait for the person to do it. Don't wait for people to do it. Open your phone with your own friends and tell them, you know, why are you in Basbo's room? Why are you in Smash or Pass? What? I mean, the war is coming and you're in Smash or Pass. It's your duty now. See, this one is not about if people want to get upset. It's not yet. You don't have to talk them. Just tell them and leave. All these videos, voice messages as well. But yeah, these videos tend to be lasting, more lasting moments. As for the preparation, when people become aware, like I said, you are one of the luckiest people in the country. You're one of the luckiest people in the city. That's also even fewer of those educated that's aware of what's coming. So just spread the message, make everybody aware. Without awareness, then we can be organized. Right now, there's a lot of people that don't know what to do. But with the awareness, those that have been planning what to do, that have have a roadmap what to do, can now even begin to have people work. Right now, if I say, okay, yeah, these are my plans, what for? When none of you, we are not even the, I just tell all of what's going to happen. Everybody knows after the God says we will close clubhouse, carry on their normal. How many of you are going to go start researching how many weapons Nigerian army has, or how many they bought recently, and the capability of those weapons? You know, how many of you are going to go and start researching how to even manufacture weapons now of what is already around the environment? So we're really not ready. So the awareness is so that people that have skills will come up and will find a way of marshalling those skills. Because the only chance, there's something that was said in that video. Now, the reason why I say that video was for those educated ones that are still in denial, for them to see hard facts and figures themselves. And anyone that sees the video and is still in denial, then I don't think I can help that person. Now, the only chance we really have is something that was mentioned that many of them have been impaired developmentally. We still have a chance. This is a ragtag army. Their strength is their numbers. The fact that we've allowed them to surround us with such massive numbers now, that's their strength. But all the books we've read, well, and if it has to serve us at any point in time in our life with this beautiful moment, this is where we have to start really putting to use all that book work. You know, I'm sure you guys don't realize that half of anything we find on the ground in that country can be fashioned into a weapon. I'm sure many don't realize that you can monitor Nigerian army movement online. And even more. I mean, this is not the first time I've said it on Clubhouse, but people need to come up or rise above just listening and put their hand up and say, what can I do? One of the first times I had this room, I only got about 8 back channels of people saying, what can I do? I'm ready. But about 100 people came into the room, or even more came into the room. They just come, listen, and go. So, yeah, just, just try and come to more of our self-determination. Sorry? all do a simultaneous revolution everywhere at the same time, the Nigerian army will actually be overwhelmed because the soldier and there was revolution everywhere, and they're sending me out of the barracks. That's like a protection zone even for me as a soldier to go and face a mass of angry citizens. First of all, they're not even enemies; they're citizens. And then they only give me 2 magazines with 29 bullets each, and I'm not guaranteed resupply because the whole thing is going on all over the whole country. But I don't believe that barracks. Or if I leave the barracks, I go off my uniform, go out. So well, this is what we're trying to achieve now because obviously you've looked around, I've looked around, there's nobody really doing it. And as a result of that, there's nothing that should stop us from doing it. If not, no one is doing it for us, then we have to do it ourselves. And like I said, I've tried to raise people several times, but the enthusiasm level, uh, but hey, that doesn't mean to stop. So, I like that you have military experience. It's going to be needed. I like that Isaac has tech experience. It's going to be needed. We even need people with legal experience, law, people with medical experience, first aid. When we start taking injuries and casualties, we need people that can, you know, on ground though and in diaspora. The ones in diaspora accessing medicine, finding a way to sending advice over the mobile. You know, as in even equipment. We never even begin buy equipment. What do we do if they cut mobile phone communication tomorrow? What do we do? We have radios on ground. We never start to. We never start. We're still here just talking. Every day, just talking. Meanwhile, as by the time we talking today, Fulani might have taken over 2 or 3 villages. Tomorrow we'll talk again. They'll take over another 2 villages. We'll talk again next tomorrow. They'll take over another 3 villages. That's it. While we've been talking for 3 days. So, but again, for those that have the mind, heart, and balls, please back them. I'm going to do a special program one of these days. Maybe do a Telegram group so that everybody that has the mind, heart, and balls come and then you know how far. Tell us what you can do and start arranging something. You know, even and the diaspora, you guys, you are critical to this coming event. You are very critical to it because when they cut internet in Nigeria, you will be the only access to the internet those on ground have, and much of what's going to happen will happen via the internet. Okay. Um, yeah. We're supposed to close the room. How long the room was? Don't worry. Like I said, I'll set up. I'll set up more. Well, I've set up rooms. Try to costly solution several times, and more will come in the future. But as a child, I see two new people on stage. Well, really one. Yeah, it's married to them. Sorry. I don't know if you want to say something. Biafran man, yeah, sorry, but we're on the route. Yeah, after this, just give me some things about the thing you reference to use some of the rainfall happened and your possibility. So Biafran man, I don't know if you want to say something that round up there. It was like a lecture. Like, I mean, there's nothing else anyone that added to it. You know. But please, Mary, I hope to see you more. For you to speak more. So we need more women speakers. Yeah. Yeah, if married, please come to more of our rooms. So I don't need to follow the club. Because come to more of our rooms, please. Because this is the first time I'm seeing you. And yeah, thank you, Biafra man. Thank you, Saint. And everybody else in the audience. The usual suspects. Aisha, Jazz, yeah. Yeah, Safi. Yeah, Moku, the usual suspects. Thanks, guys. And yeah, we're going to move up to Vanisha. So please just keep above. Yeah, thanks, guys. And please spread the link of that video. The video we analyzed, you know, okay. I'm going to put it in the chat now. Yeah. Oh, no. I didn't. Hey, can you still here? Yeah, that's a good idea. So that it's not like it's old man talking to them all the time. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. We even talk more about that. Yeah, but even we need to even organize like start. Yeah, by all means, social. No, Biafra man, don't worry. There'll be vetting process. We understand how this thing works, so we have to factor in factors. So yeah, there will be a vetting process. Yeah, yeah. I agree. I know. I just saw online. We're about to round up the room, and you've been on this stage for a while, but I saw you a long time ago. And when I was calling you, I think your mic was acting up. I think it was there to round up. So, you know, your sister migrated from that. Olaida, are you still there? So is the mic still acting up? Olaida, okay. We just have to round up. Yeah, we'll have to talk more about these. I mean, this is time for us to get together, bring ideas. You know, I'm sure with our different lives, we have different things that contribute. So we need to start having more tangible needs that go beyond just personal. And look, this time we don't even have years. Now we have months of preparation because this thing can bust at any time. Literally, Obadia Melafia told us that their plan was to get the war before the election. So, okay, even though many of us somehow were still thinking the election is going to happen, but who knows? They might just instigate that war. Is it after the instigating will not start running around Bury? That's not very ready now. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yes. I, I know. We know the war has started in Nigeria since 2015 when Buhari came. We know. But what I understood from what Elafia said can't even deny it again that maybe, maybe not. But right now we're still in the stage of a lot of people still say, oh, maybe it's a war, maybe it's not a war. Yo, yes, I know. But what I'm saying is, from what I understood from what Melachia said, the plan was to, as in, to make it open by before the election. As in, right now they're still hiding it. Oh, but I think no, but I think they're already trying it. They're trying it like the killing in the church. What was that? I mean, that's enough to provoke a massive reaction. I, I, I know. I see. What Milakia said was that the plan was in three stages. Stage one, take over the rural areas, which is like 75% of Nigeria, which they've done. Stage two, start killing prominent people, which they are currently doing. Stage three, instigate a war to avoid going to the election, so that they can declare state of emergency. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, the plan was big, but the yeah, but the thing is, when you mobilize an army, the clock is against you. You see, the thing is, when you mobilize an army, yes, yes, still, when you mobilize an army, time and costs are against you. You have to use that army before you lose control of it. Yeah, but but their next plan can be much different from still the plan at some stages to be war. I mean, it's even the West lists their plans and they don't even hide it. I know. according to the intelligence he got, at some stage, the undenied war going on will become over. And the information he got said strategically they were planning to use it before 2020. Now, oh yes, he said he has liaisons. Now, now, he has to, yes. Now, no, no, no. I'm not saying Fulani is photocopying that plan and they are not shifting from it. What I'm saying is the core of that plan still remains the same. At some stage, there's going to be open conflict. You cannot keep sneaking around pretending war forever. Of course, of course. See, the declaration of war will not be by the federal government. It will be by jihadists making jihadi videos. Awawa about this. And because it's jihadists, some people still won't believe it. I said this earlier. I said the war started since Buhari entered. When Fulani took seat of power, the Fulani headmen killings increased out of control. Anyone who, I mean, Mazin and Chana have been saying this, that is a war. And me, I've been asking people, are you waiting for them to declare for you on Twitter first or Channel TV? I know there's a war, but it's undeclared. And that's why people are in denial. Wait. There's a war, eh? Wait. There's a war, but it's undeclared. And that's why people are in denial. But they cannot play the, eh? No, what I'm saying is a time will come when the jihadis will make it known that yes, it's now a jihad. As in full open. This one they don't even send Nigerian army. This one they won't just go and shoot up a church. They'll go and invade whole town. Sorry. I didn't say federal government to declare war. Federal government is not going to declare war because they are just there to aid the jihadists. But right now, see, every time you see a video of they keep saying one thing that they are waiting for the signal. They are waiting for the signal. I mean, come on. The signal is for the big like right now they're just hitting villages. This is why it still seems like an illusion to many people. They have not hit a major town yet. It's when they hit a major town that it will become apparent to everyone that this is clearly a war now. There'll be no way the government cannot deny it anymore. Nobody can deny it anymore at that stage.
if you run into Abuja outskirts, hit a church, kill a few people, then run away again. Okay. Okay, yeah, you hit that place, you run away. Eh? Look, see. When I'm talking of war, wait. When I'm talking of war, I'm talking of a coordinated 10,000 terrorists on motorbikes, in military trucks, Hilux, descending on a sizable town. They're already, I mean, the villages, see, until it makes the news that maybe Ilorin has been overrun, it will not be real to many people. And they themselves, why do you think they have not attacked places like Ilorin? Like I said, even Melafia's script, even though the script leaked, but they still couldn't change it much. The script was start with the rural areas, which is 75% of the territory, and they've pretty much achieved that. Secondly, start with the urban areas, kill off important people in those. Is that not what they're doing now? Exactly. I mean, we can start googling now, but well, they're start killing people. Now the killings have entered the city. They're start killing. At the end of the day, a group of ragtag Okada riders, Fulani Okada riders in Lagos, cannot just ride up to Tinubu's house and mount an attack. They need something more coordinated than that. You know how many police are outside Tinubu's house? They need a prop like they need to prop. It's not something you just. I mean, so see, what we still have now is 10, 50, 30. They ride into a village, they shoot people, which is still maintaining the original modus operandi that we all thought was consigned to Borno. Oh, that's Borno. They haven't hit a major population center yet, and they understand that the shockwave of that will, will be the declaration of war. They don't even need to make video for that one. Just the refugee crisis alone from hitting a town like, say, I don't know, maybe Ibadan, that's sizable enough. The refugee crisis alone from that will trigger the, nobody will, Lai Mohammed cannot come and say nothing again. Sorry? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know, um, this one has gone beyond prayer. We just really want to start organizing. I mean, yeah. organize ourselves before they start hitting major. Because when once they do, that's going to be majorly destabilizing. Can you imagine if they destabilize one city, that city destabilizes the next two or three, and then they hit one of those next two or three, and then the destabilization keeps spreading and spreading. So we need to organize before they finish this village raiding phase. And in my estimation, we only have a few months left of that. They are not going to start hitting major population centers. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, like from my estimation, we have a few months before they start hitting major population centers. They are probably not going to hit any major population centers for the election because they want to try and keep it steady, hopefully they can bring Atiku back in. But after the election, all bets are off because time is against them as well. You cannot deploy an army forever and just have the army there not doing much. It's only a matter of time before they turn again, which is even beginning to look like that. I I I I I know, but the primary mission is conquest. But now they're just abusing themselves. It's not yes. But it's only a matter of time. Sorry? Yes, yes, but that's still not their holy. Remember, for them, it's jihad. Their holy mission is to take over the land. Okay. What I'm saying is that whenever they decide to start attacking major population centers, I don't think we have much time, sure, because you cannot just keep an army. You you cannot keep an army on secondary mission forever. Their secondary mission right now is rape, kidnap, whatever. That's secondary. You cannot keep them on that forever. The army will splinter, turn against you. You lose control of it, regardless of whether they are barbarians or whether they are well-marshaled Roman soldiers. Sorry, they will splinter. They will just splinter. I mean, okay, oh, they're in the bushes. You how did they get to those bushes? You sold them a dream that they were coming to possess a new nation, that they were going to be living in apartments with jacuzzi, car, everything. And then the bushes now, how many years? 3, 4, 5. Why do you think a Fulani will leave his country in Mali, in Guinea, and come to Nigeria to come and fight? Why was El Rufai paying them? Was it not because they said disobeying orders? They have to use them soon. And this is what I'm saying. We don't have that luxury of time to think that they're going to wait this slow motion war forever. this is what I'm saying. Another thing, you don't move an army without using them. Huh? See, there's a Instagram page called Bauchi Ajebota. Just go and see how large Fulani people are living there. They are Ajebota children, and and then and then when you think why the ordinary terrorist Fulani is in the bush struggling for this land that the Ajebota children are enjoying. Well, you think it's going to be in the bush forever? As mosquito is biting him, oh, he's dreaming of driving a car, living in a house that he promised him to come and fight for. Eh, but it's still bush. And they've been sold a dream to come to West Africa for conquest. Exactly. attacking a city is attacking a city. Attacking a city is a very different concept. So attacking a city like say I don't know Lagos. So yes, so attacking a city like Benin, yes, it's gonna be at least 10,000 men armed to the teeth, not just with two magazine rifle exchanges. No, each carrying crates, and we know they have those weapons. Now, when that happens, that cannot be minimized into all this their hit and run of hitting stage here and there. That can't happen. But at some stage, this war will get to that. They cannot continue this piecemeal hit and run, hit and run, hit and run. They cannot take a city like that. Well, so they will hit the edge of the city, and everybody in the city will just carry on normal like nothing happened. Then tomorrow they will hit the second edge of the city, and everybody will come. No, no. By the time they come to the third day, the few million people in the city will be waiting for them. So the best way to do it is exactly what the Taliban showed every terrorist group with Afghanistan. Yeah, go on. Exactly. And and yeah, yeah. And yeah, yeah, correct. See, like let's see. Okay, wait. Let and, and and you know what? People are even though their plan has been leaked, they don't even necessarily have to change it. Why? Because Nigerians haven't even reacted to it. Everything seems to be still going on according to plan. And if they have to change it, at most they'll just shift it from sorry. At most they'll just change it from the plan to attack before election to attacking after election. If anything, that will even work out that because the attack didn't come before election, Nigerians will now even think that it can never come. But they will attack. And they will attack because I looked at the map the other day and I pulled up the map. When you look at the southwest, how many main cities do we have apart from Lagos? The biggest three cities. So you have Ilori, you have Ibadan, you have Akure. After that, you now have the mid-sized cities, Ondo, Oyo, Ife, Osogbo, Ado, Ilesha, Abeokuta, Ijebu-Ode. That's 2, 4, 6, 8. Shagamu. Yeah, it's pretty much linked to Lagos. But that's okay, Shagamu. So that's three major cities, nine smaller cities. If you move to the east, even worse. Let me move south. I'll just do southeast. So in southeast, you have Enugu, Abakaliki, Onitsha, Owerri, Aba as their biggest city. And then even fewer tiny cities like Aqua, and Umani. And that's it. I mean, we're 100,000 terrorists. If you divide them all into 10,000, so yeah, go and see 10,000 terrorists each. I mean, you surround the city and you do it. Exactly. So, you have to download videos and web pages as you find them. You have to download and save web pages as you find them. It's not enough to bookmark it. No, what I said was you have to download those videos. No, what I said is you have to download those videos and you have to save the web pages. Huh? Yeah. You have to download those. See, from now on, yeah, you have to download videos and also save pages, web pages to PDF. Because it's not just videos they take down, they also take down web pages as well. It will be on your computer. It will be on your computer. There's a Google Chrome extension called Session Button, SESSION. If you install it, it lets you save the entire web page Yeah, so when you install it in your Chrome, it lets you save the whole page as a PDF. Yeah, session body. Uh, yeah, someone just mentioned Wayback Machine. Yeah. Oh, I just put it in this comment section. Sorry. Oh yeah, that was Wayback Machine. If you go to the website, someone there, Dr. Chu. Yeah, Wayback Machine. Yeah, a lot. You can find a lot of old websites that don't exist from Google Chrome. Session body from Google Chrome. Huh? Why is the chat disappearing? Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, session body from Google Chrome is an Google Chrome extension. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, from Google Play Store, and then after you install it, it looks like a small blue tab kind of icon. So you have to let it display on your icon menu. On your extension menu. So after you enable it, you have to also allow it. So like, all you need to do is when you're on the web page and you want to save the web page, you just click it, and then you see a pop up. Three dots? No, it looks like a file, but with the top of it. Session body. No. Session body. Yeah. No, go to yeah. Chrome Web Store. Type session body. Session body. SSSION space B. Oh, sorry, Simeo. Oh man, sorry, my bad. I gave it wrong. Sorry. Go to Google Google Web Store, and the name of the extension is Go Full Page. Sorry, my bad. But session body is also good. Huh? Wait. Yeah, I'm typing it now. All one word. Go full page. On App Store, just type go. I just put it into chat. Go full page. GOFULLPAGE. All one word. Are you serious? Yeah, put it on the browser. No, you know what? I'm trying to find it. Chrome. Yeah, go full page. Chrome. Google go full page. Chrome. No, it looks like a camera, a gray camera. Okay, yeah, I'll send it. I'll send it. I'll paste it in the chat now. I'll send it in the chat. I'll send send I'll send the link in the chat now. Yeah, I just sent it in the chat. I just sent it in the chat. So yeah, once you click that camera thing in the extension bar, you just scroll down the page. But when it's scrolling down the page, don't click anything, don't interrupt the page, just leave it. And then you pop up a new page, and you have the option of saving that. You have the option of saving that page as either a PDF or as an image, or the two of them. What the link I sent? Oh, oh, oh! You are doing it on your phone. Ah, right. Me, right. Me, all the while I thought you guys were on laptop, because me, I'm on laptop. Ah, all the while I thought you guys were on laptop. All because me, I'm on laptop. Can you imagine? Well, I'm sure there'll be a version for Pro. Just go to this one, type in full screenshot or full web page screenshot or full web page, save full web page. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. Yes. You're taking it off. Yes. This is why it's important to save all these things. Yeah. Exactly. have more of these rooms. Hopefully, more people that will open up, and then we can start talking about more tangible preparation. The danger of thinking tangible preparation now is that the enemy will hear everything. So we can't just start broadcasting things now. I mean, there are certain things that I will mention, and next thing you know, they'll ban them. They'll ban them. This is why we need to get as many people aware from so that as soon as the information is going out, before they even react, use it accordingly. Alright? So yeah, guys. Huh? Yes. Yeah. No. Yeah. There'll be vetting, serious vetting. In fact, there'll be video calls there. Huh? Yeah. Proper vetting, and even maybe test your loyalty. At this stage, or stage is high. So, but don't worry, we'll discuss this in the future. Just follow the club. Anytime you see me in corridor, please feel free. You can follow me. I mean, me. For those that heard me, you guys know I'm not taking this shit. I'm as ready as Rambo. So yeah, we're gonna have more, and me, I'm even gonna stop all this talking. If I come on Clubhouse, it's just truth music. So yeah.
Yeah. Uh, I've been trying to treat this room for an hour. I know. She has been here from the beginning. Go on, just. I'll send you. It was a question of submission. Don't worry, we'll jump next time. Huh? No, yeah, no worries, no worries. So yeah, guys, please just migrate there. Just click the link and you will jump over there. So I'll just wait. I'll give it, I don't know, half a minute.